Chapter 1983. Without comparison, there would be no harm. Seeing this, those who were cheering for Ni Yuan Kai were completely dumbfounded. However, they felt that they should not be blamed. After all, Ni Yuan Kai had been so valiant and domineering before. His murderous intent had intimidated the crowd. They did not expect Ni Yuan Kai to suddenly change so much, turning into a headless fly in an instant. He was so stupid that he did not even realize it. A handsome young man who can't sleep at night, looking into the mirror. Chu Yang was cheering for himself. He was extremely narcissistic. I can't sleep at night because of my handsomeness. The second Dharma idol explained the true meaning of Chu Yang's words. Perfect, I can't bear to watch. The second Dharma idol immediately explained, the scene is too beautiful. I dare not watch. You have unfathomable magical powers. You will not rise to the heavens. You're so awesome. Why don't you go to the heavens? The scene was too beautiful. Such mockery and ridicule was too sharp and heart-wrenching. No one could stand it. The parrot did not care about this. Its eyes were fixed. In the past, it had a tacit understanding with Chu Hang, but now it realized that its level was not good enough. Look, Chu Hang was playing by himself. It was definitely a classic among classics. It would definitely become a legend that would be passed down through the ages. Then, the parrot watched Chu Hang's firepower and could not help but sigh. Strong, strong, I can't bear to watch. Chu Yang immediately cooperated with the parrot and added, so strong, I feel pity for you. I can't bear to watch. Fuck. The parrot jumped up. Chu Hang's cooperation was perfect. Didn't it show that its level was not good enough? I choose to go die, Chu Yang said again with a smile. The parrot understood it as, I'll go, in another language. It then asked, Chu Hang, what about the more elegant? Chu Yang thought for a moment. I'll go could be extended to I'll go. So he recited, sacrificing one's life for the country, looking death in the eye. Everyone was on the verge of collapsing. What kind of person was this? Was there anyone who mocked others like this? They looked at Chu Yang again. He was so confident and at ease, so leisurely and contented. Just by opening his mouth, he could annihilate all of them. That was truly a supreme style. On the other hand, Ni Yuan Kai was like a madman, a clown. She instantly felt pity for Ni Yuan Kai. If they were Ni Yuan Kai, even if they didn't find a hole to hide in, they would at least find a tofu to knock themselves to death. Kiki. Shang Wanlan was completely amused by Chu Yang. She was also amused. Her brother Yang was too mean. Huh. At this time, Feng Polong, Lu Yunpeng, and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wherever Chu Hang was, there would definitely be no lack of clowns. What was supposed to be a good martial arts competition had now turned into a foul atmosphere. There was no sense of nervousness at all. Huh. More people burst out laughing. Some even laughed until tears flowed out. Who would have thought that such a martial art competition would turn out like this? Before the martial arts competition, Ni Yuan Kai was paying the price for his arrogance at this moment. Chu Yang clearly wanted to make him lose face. The laughter grew louder and louder. At first, when the laughter fell into Ni Yuan Kai's ears, he didn't care, but slowly he realized it. Then, his reason finally pushed away his anger and occupied a corner. When he regained his reason, he suddenly stopped. His face was burning. Dong! He angrily stomped on the arena, causing the arena and the ground to suddenly shake. His spiritual power surged, and an amazing aura filled the air. Instantly, the laughter stopped. Chapter 1984. The world suddenly fell silent. At this moment, Ni Yuan Kai seemed to have transformed from a teased puppy into a ferocious tiger. The aura on his body suddenly changed. From his body, an extremely powerful demonic aura instantly surged out and dispersed into the void, causing the void to rumble. The demonic aura was extremely heavy. Boom! The arena shook again. There seemed to be a great pressure in Ni Yuan Kai's body. The oppressive dermic powers erupted from the pores all over his body. The dermic powers shot out like thousands of arrows, and even more dermic powers directly bombarded the arena. Immediately after, His entire body erupted like a volcano. Surging demonic chi surged out from his body and rushed into the sky. Shockingly, one could see a perfectly straight demonic chi that stood upright like a heavenly pillar. It completely dyed the heavens and the earth black, and the void shook endlessly. Buzz, buzz. The buzzing sound rumbled down from the sky, and endless dermic powers also descended. It was like a demonic river pouring down from the nine heavens. The surrounding light also dimmed. When the crowd looked up in the sky, they saw a giant cauldron the size of a small mountain. The demonic aura around it was rolling. It rotated at high speed in the air, releasing a rainbow of 5 colors that penetrated the shroud of demonic aura and shone down. With the giant cauldron as the center, there were 5 small cauldrons the size of a house. They were green, yellow, red, black, and white, and they rotated around the giant cauldron. The giant cauldron was like a star, and the 5 small cauldrons were like 5 planets that rotated around the star. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that the 5 small cauldrons had a close connection with each other. As energy was transferred and exchanged, it formed a cycle of 5 elements. Not only that, but there was also a close connection between the small cauldrons and the giant cauldrons. There seemed to be an invisible bond that tightly linked them together. The 6 cauldrons became one and pressed down from the void like a mountain. In an instant, the entire arena was sealed. The air was completely frozen, unable to flow. The void there also seemed to have turned into a swamp, and it was difficult to move easily. This was obviously used to restrain Chu Yang's incomparably exquisite footwork. Pop, pop. The black ripples were like waves, rushing out from the cauldron and sweeping in all directions. The aura it emitted was like that of a huge, prehistoric beast, making people feel as weak as ants. Giant black substance chains rushed out of the cauldron. They entered the void, but they only lasted for a moment. Then the black substance chains turned into law lines. The huge black chain of order was a stigmata. Was this a sacred weapon? Whether it was Chu Yang or the others, they couldn't help but hold their breaths at this moment. If the 6 cauldrons were sacred tools, who could be Ni Yuan Kai's opponent? This is the 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron. 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron. Boom! Hearing that trembling voice, the crowd exploded with a loud bang. The 5 Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons, also known as the 5 Mother-Child Cauldrons of Hell, had once created a reign of terror in the East Continent. Until now, there were still people who knew about those terrifying dark moments. The 5 Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons of Hell. Chu Yang had never heard of the 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons of Hell, but he truly felt the power of the 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons. In the first round of the 6 Academies Alliance tournament, I met someone who has a sacred weapon. Is this just a coincidence? Chu Yang didn't believe that this was a coincidence. He was more willing to believe that the 6 academies had done this on purpose. They wanted to severely defeat him in the first round, or even completely eliminate him. Chapter 1985. This is indeed the 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron, but I don't think it's a divine weapon anymore. Hearing this, Chu Yang's mind shook again. After carefully sensing it, he couldn't help but relax. He didn't notice it just now, but he was shocked when he sensed that the 5 Hells Mother-Child Cauldron's aura was so strong that it felt like an abyss. Demonic Saint 5 Purgatories was killed. I heard that the battle was extremely fierce, and even 3 saints died. I heard that the 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron was destroyed long ago. I didn't expect it to reappear. It did emit a divine mark, but it disappeared in a flash. It must have been severely injured and hasn't recovered yet. This 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron is no longer a divine weapon. I can't determine its rank, but it should be in the Nirvana realm. Even if it's only in the Nirvana realm, it's still shocking enough. The appearance of the 5 Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron caused a huge commotion. Even the leaders of the 6 great academies in the sky were investigating it. As long as it's not a divine weapon, there's still a way. Chuyang was still very serious. After all, the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron was a divine weapon. In order to understand the origin of the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron, he sent a voice transmission to Shangwan Lan, Lu Yunpeng, and many others to ask about it. He finally understood everything from Xiong Longxiang. Demon Saint Five Hells was a demon saint from the Thousand Demons sect. He had obtained the rough embryo of the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron from somewhere. Although it was called a rough embryo, the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron had already been forged. The formation had also been set up. The only thing missing was the divine mark to make the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron develop intelligence. If he wanted the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron to develop intelligence, it would take a long time. Therefore, Demon Saint Five Hells took a shortcut. The Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons were forged according to the five elements. The demonic sage of Five Hells began to hunt martial artists with martial spirits of the five elements. He extracted their souls and injected them into the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons. He hoped that the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldrons would develop intelligence as soon as possible. The demonic saint of five purgatories was a ruthless man. He massacred countless people and shocked the entire Eastern continent. He became the public enemy of the Eastern continent and was hunted down by the 6 great academies of the Eastern continent, as well as many saints. In the end, he died, and the demonic cauldron of 5 purgatories went missing. This isn't just a demonic weapon. It's a lethal weapon. Chuyang's heart sank when he learned all of this. The Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Kiki, and Yuankai, let out a strange laugh. His extreme anger and resentment had completely turned into a playful one at this moment. Wild dog, you know fear now? Chuyang didn't say anything. He had a question. Did the 6 great academies or the East continent allow such a demonic weapon to exist? Kiki, and Yuankai's strange laughter became even more ear-piercing. He roared, "Wild dog, you can do it. You can continue to do it. You can continue to make fun of me. Your mockery, ridicule, and disdain towards me will all become your crimes. Great crimes. You can't be forgiven. As a wild dog, you already have a great sin. Now, you're adding to your sins. You can't miss out on any of the sufferings of the infernal hell." After a pause, Yuankai's roar suddenly turned into a playful one. He gently stroked the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron and said in an extremely gentle voice, "My little baby, there seems to be a hell in the deepest part of it. Wild dog, you can't escape the endless sufferings of hell. You deserve it." Chapter 1986. Half of the haze in Chuyang's heart disappeared in an instant. Such a fierce opponent is definitely not the most difficult to deal with. I wanted to ask you a question, but it seems like I don't need to. He and Yuankai laughed. "Bastard, are you going to ask me how the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron can be accepted by the 6 great colleges and the East Continent?" Chuyang frowned, and Yuankai obviously wasn't worried about this at all. I knew it. And Yuankai laughed sinisterly. "Bastard, I was right. How dare you place your hopes on this? If the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron cannot be accepted by the East Continent, I will not dare to take it out. I can tell you now, after the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron was destroyed, it was rebuilt by an expert. It is no longer the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron. Are you satisfied now?" "I see." Chuyang's eyes lit up. The Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron corresponds to the 5 elements and can be rebuilt into a divine artifact. This makes it suitable for him. Kuan. Dong Shuebing sent a voice transmission to Bing Kuan. "Is it dangerous for me to snatch the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron?" "Master, you are so handsome that I can't sleep. Do you still need to ask? Didn't you see that the second most handsome person in the world did not say anything?" Bing Kuan's voice is filled with disdain, and Yuankai is here to give him some warmth. His master is so lucky. After filling all 13 slots, he did not get struck by lightning. Instead, he got lucky. Back then, even if he didn't have such monstrous aptitude like Chu Yang, he would never have been killed by others just because of his luck. But this master of his was different. He had monstrous aptitude and amazing luck. Huh! Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard the Ice Kuan's voice. He was in an extremely good mood right now. But an Yuan Kai is unhappy with Dong Shuebing's laughter. Wild dog, laugh. Laugh as much as you can. If you don't laugh now, you won't have another chance. An Yuan Kai said in a gloomy voice, boundless hell, boundless pain, and countless torments are waiting for you. In the future, I will make sure that you will never be able to laugh. You will only be able to scream miserably in the boundless hell. You will be unable to beg for death. Is that so? Chu Yang's lips curled into a smile. I'm relieved to hear that. However, I'm worried about your IQ. Let me explain a little to you. First of all, the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron has been reconstructed and can be accepted by the East Continent. When I take it, there's nothing to worry about, so I'm relieved. Second, he raised 2 fingers and said, you said that you would put me into the Five Hells Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron and make me suffer endless pain. So if I take care of you like this, I won't feel guilty anymore. After all, you're a good person, so it's hard for me to be cruel to good people. Everyone in the crowd looked at each other in astonishment. They couldn't understand how Chu Yang could say such words. He still had an advantage? If he still had an advantage, it would be a joke. And Yuan Kai was also stunned. He couldn't help but point at himself and asked Chu Yang, are you talking about me? What do you think? Chapter 1987. Rumble. The 5 Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron shook violently. With a clang, the lid opened, revealing the dark mouth of the cauldron. It was like a bottomless abyss. As soon as it aimed at Chu Yang, it erupted with a powerful suction force and was about to swallow Chu Yang into the cauldron. You're just a clown. I'll let you suck me into the demonic cauldron. What can you do to me? Chu Yang didn't seem to care at all. He didn't resist at all and really let the powerful suction force suck him into the demonic cauldron. With a quangdong sound, the cauldron lid was tightly closed. Many people felt that it was incomparably unreal. There was not even the slightest bit of resistance. Damn wild dog. You'll pay the price for your ignorance and arrogance. And Yuan Kai was furious again. Chu Yang's actions hurt him deeply again. Second brother, third brother, he's just a clown. You can't do anything to him. At this time, Chu Yang's voice came out of the 5 Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron. Everyone was shocked. Only then did they realize that there were 2 Chu Yang outside. Just a clown? And Yuan Kai was furious again and roared, wild dog, you'll know who the clown is very soon. In front of the 5 Mother-Child Cauldron, it doesn't matter how many clones you have. It's all useless. You're just a dog. What else can you do except for your dog teeth, dog bark, and dog poop? In the cauldron, Chu Yang's voice disappeared. The second Dharma power spread its hands and said to the first Dharma power, second brother, boss is ignoring this clown. I don't want to either. What do you think we should do? That's right. The first Dharma power immediately gave a solution. That's right. The second Dharma power agreed. They're saying that the 5 Mother-Child Heavenly Demon Cauldron is not bad. The parrot suddenly said, clown, I'm afraid you've misunderstood, so I'll explain it to you. Also, from now on, this divine bird will no longer care about a clown like you in order to respect my own intelligence. A clown is too profound for you to understand. This divine bird can't help. Die, die, die. All of you bastards deserve to die. And Yuan Kai was so angry that he was about to explode. Everyone could understand his feelings. The wild dog had a sharp tongue. Other things aside, at the moment when Yuan Kai had completely gone berserk, the wild dog still displayed such a kind of incisive and sharp tongue to the fullest. The second Dharma form crossed its arms and waited for Yuan Kai to lose his temper. The first Dharma form looked up at the clouds and recited, what is there in the mountains? There are white clouds on the ridge, but it is a pity that these are not the white clouds on the ridge. These 2 Chu Yang did not have the slightest intention of fighting. The second Dharma body faced the gazes of the crowd and even said, "Is it strange to look at us like this? Is it weird? What do you think?" Everyone was rendered mute in an instant. How sharp and bitter was this ridicule? Kaka, and Yuan Kai, gritted his teeth. "Wild dog, who is the clown? You are the clown. How dare you use such a strange method to hide your incompetence? Do you really think I'm a fool? In front of the 5 mother-child heavenly demon cauldron, you can only surrender." This explanation, the first and second Dharma bodies could not help but shake their heads. However, many people actually accepted and approved of this view. That's right. This wild dog has been cornered for a long time. He has no other choice but to do this. The 5 mother-child heavenly demon cauldron is the 5 mother-child heavenly demon cauldron. How can a wild dog deal with it? The wild dog is just deliberately mystifying. Chapter 1988. The 2 doppelgangers of the wild dog knew that they couldn't save the situation, so they pretended to be calm and waited for all of us to fall into confusion. Then they could escape by surprise. Sacrificing the pawn to save the cart, not sacrificing the cart to save the pawn. The wild dog was really scheming, but Brother and I still saw through it at a glance. Brother Knee's insight is really amazing. This time, it was Parrot's turn to be speechless. This group of people actually made up such a reasonable reason. Didn't they know that Chu Hang would be laughing to death when he put Chu Hang into the magic tripod? The parrot knew this better than anyone else. Chu Yang was the best at erasing the marks left behind by others. For example, when they participated in the entrance examination of the Sky Academy, Chu Yang seized the control of the formation in the examination place and caused trouble. In fact, the magic tripod had the same nature as the formation. In particular, Chu Hang had gone further and was now such a level 9 formation master. Putting a level 9 formation master into the magic tripod was simply the rhythm of giving the magic tripod away. Yuan Kai got people's approval. His extreme anger was greatly vented and he laughed heartily. Many people also laughed out loud and mocked him again and again. The wild dog is doomed this time. How great is the wild dog? It's just SOSO. Only the clowns of the Sky Academy would worship a wild dog. It's even more despicable than a dog. Who are you calling clown? Dare you say it again? The Sky Academy immediately exploded. A tall and strong young man rolled up his sleeves and stared fiercely with his eyes as big as copper bells. "My name is Wang Jiao. Dare you say that in front of me again? So what if I say it again? You people of the Sky Academy are despicable. You're all clowns. Li He of the Sky Sword Academy, don't think that I don't know you. If you dare to say it again, I'll tear your mouth off." "I'm wrong." Li He didn't back down at all. He rolled up his sleeves and roared. "It's just a wild dog. You're worshipping it like this. Isn't that despicable? Bullshit. You haven't seen Chu Hang's power. Just wait for your face to be slapped." Wang Jiao was held back by someone, but he still continued to chatter. "Face slapping." Li He sneered again and again. "If that wild dog can overturn the heavens, you don't need to tear my mouth apart. How about I tear it apart myself?" "All right, just you wait." Below the stage, a conflict broke out in an instant. It was very fiery. If no one stopped them, they would have already started fighting. "What's with the noise?" Yuan Kai scolded coldly in the arena. Then he looked at the people of the Sky Academy with disdain and said, "Do you think Wild Dog is so great? I'll show you how ignorant and despicable you are." While speaking, Yuan Kai was about to drive the magic tripod to swallow the last 2 Chu Yang. However, when he tried to drive the magic tripod with all his strength, it trembled and made a buzzing sound like a person in a dilemma. "What?" Yuan Kai's face turned pale in horror. There was no color in his face at all. In just a short time, that wild dog had stolen half of the control of the magic tripod. How could this be possible? At this moment, there was no arrogance and pride on his face when he scolded the people of the Sky Academy. Instead, he began to tremble. "Wild dog, don't even think about it." Yuan Kai roared in horror and rushed into the magic tripod like crazy. Immediately, Chu Yang's voice came out of it. "You're just a clown. Do you really think I care about you? Buzz." Chapter 1989. With a clang, the lid of the cauldron was closed again, and no sound came out from it. Chu Yang and Ni Yuankai seemed to be two good friends who had met inside, and there was no sound of fighting at all. Everyone outside was silent, and all their attention was on the mother cauldron of the five hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron. But 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and there was still no sound from it. Li He, how does it feel to be slapped in the face? While many people were whispering to each other, Wang Jiu of the Sky Academy directly ridiculed Li He of the Sky Sword Academy. As soon as Wang Jiu spoke, Li He and the others instantly blushed and felt their faces burning. Laugh, why don't you laugh? Why don't you laugh again? Why don't you laugh again? Wang Jiu was so aggressive that Li He and the others instantly became angry and glared at Wang Jiu. What? Wang Jiu was very angry, and he was not afraid at all. He sneered and said, "Why are you unhappy? You are unhappy. I didn't laugh at you for being stupid, but you laughed at me for being cheap. Now you feel good, right? Now you know how powerful Chu Hang is, right?" Many people of the Sky Academy were also watching coldly at this time. They were also angry to be humiliated and ridiculed by a group of ignorant people. Chu Hang was amazing, and that was a bloody lesson. Many people of the Sky Academy had died. Because of it, they were actually ridiculed sharply and bitterly for accepting such a fact. Li He of the Sky Sword Academy, you are the most arrogant just now. Wang Jiu still did not give up. He pointed at Li He and said, "Didn't you just say that Chu Hang can turn over? We don't need to kill your rotten mouth. You can do it yourself. Has the wild dog turned over?" Li could not bear it and said angrily, "Wang Jiu, you are happy too early. You are indeed a dog of the wild dog." A dog? Wang Jiu was furious. Li He, don't you have eyes and ears? You're still so stubborn at this time. Your face will be smashed later. Humph. Li said coldly, "It's just a wild dog." Wang Jiu, your Sky Academy thinks highly of that wild dog. Do you want everyone to think highly of that wild dog? You don't know what you're talking about. Don't know what to do. Ha! Wang Jiu couldn't help but laugh out loud and said loudly, "Good, Li He, just wait and see. When Chu Hang comes out, I'll see how you deal with this. Do you need to worry about how things will end?" A student from the Divine Firmament Academy mocked. The mother-child heavenly demon cauldron belongs to Ni Yuan Kai. How could the wild dog steal it so easily? You must be blind. Another one. Wang Jiu became even angrier. What's your name? Do you dare to reveal it? Otherwise, you won't even know who you are if you get slapped in the face later. Jing Zhengshang. He said his name, and then said mockingly, "Wang Jiu, we still don't know who will be slapped in the face." "I'm Hu Zisher." A student from the Star Academy suddenly mocked. "I'll tell you my name first. Look at the wild dog. Look at the wild dog. We can't leave out the Star Academy now. Today I want to see if the wild dog can overturn the heavens and slap my face. If that's the case, my Heavenly Demon Academy can't be left out. After all, Ni Yuan Kai is from the Heavenly Demon Academy." A rather handsome student from the Heavenly Demon Academy smiled evilly and said to Wang Jiu, "Wang Jiu, I'm Kanjiata. Can you slap my face?" Haha, the Heavenly Demon Academy, the Divine Firmament Academy, and the Heavenly Sword Academy all have people. How can my Myriad Academy be left out? Count me, Tianhan in. A one-eyed youth laughed loudly, his voice full of mockery. Haha, looking down on the wild dog. How can you genuinely be left out? Count me in. Chapter 1990. In an instant, many students from the Heavenly Demon Academy, Heavenly Sword Academy, Divine Firmament Academy, Star Academy, and Myriad Academy stepped forward and ridiculed them. This made the expressions of Wang Jiu and those from the Sky Academy extremely unsightly, and they sneered in their hearts. Wang Jiu's temper was the worst. He also laughed loudly. "Do you think you're so great? Why don't you all curse Chu Hang a wild dog? Do you dare? Do you really think a wild dog can turn the world upside down?" Jing Zhengshang immediately retorted, "Wang Jiu, listen carefully. I'll shout for you. Chu Yang, you're just a wild dog, a bastard, a bastard." He stopped shouting and said provocatively, "Wang Jiu, are you satisfied? Humph. Do you think you're the only one with the guts? Wang Jiao was very disdainful. Then count us in. Hu Zisher, Kong Jiada, Ho Tianhan, Lu Xinhong, Yu Juanli, Li He, and the others from the 5 academies all spoke up. Then they all shouted at the demonic tripod, Chu Yang, your father is a dog, your mother is a dog, your whole family is a dog, your son is a dog, all your descendants are dogs, and you're a pure wild dog, a bastard. Bastard, you'll definitely die today. If you can turn the world upside down, there'll be no justice. You're only in the Dharma phase realm, and you dare to be so arrogant. If I don't kill you, you won't know you're a bastard. Huh? Wang Jiao was surrounded and helpless. He was so angry that he laughed. Good, very good. Just wait for Chu Hang to come out and kill all of you. Huh? Li was relieved after receiving everyone's support. Hearing this, he also laughed loudly. Even a wild dog can defeat Ni Yuan Kai in the end. Wang Jiao, if a wild dog dares to kill us, I don't think he has the guts. Originally, it was just a martial arts competition between Chu Yang and Ni Yuan Kai. However, due to the discrimination of the Eastern continent and the Eastern wilderness and the ridicule of the Heavenly Sword Academy, the Heavenly Demon Academy, the Divine Firmament Academy, and the other academies, it had turned into a farce. Cui Xinho, O Lezheng, and Hao Haodong, as members of the Eastern wilderness, felt incomparably humiliated and incomparably enraged. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg of discrimination and bullying in the Eastern wilderness. In the Eastern continent, who knew how many people from the Eastern wilderness were crying blood right now? The parrot watched all of this with cold eyes, and in its heart, it was laughing coldly. It also belonged to the Eastern wilderness. Of course, it was angry, but it didn't make a sound. It couldn't smile like it used to. Feng Polong frowned as he looked at the arrogant people from the Heavenly Sword Academy. He felt very uneasy and couldn't help but ask Zhang Jian, "What do we do now?" Zhang Jian did not say anything. What could he do? Yeah. Lil Guai's angry voice resounded throughout the place. It was also completely infuriated by Tian and finally understood what Chu Yang had done in the Eastern continent. It angrily criticized the people from the 5 academies. Lil Guai, shut up. The parrot was furious and scolded Lil Guai. Lil Guai's criticism was too weak, and it could only make the people from the Eastern continent laugh at it. It didn't want Lil Guai to be involved in this huge vortex. Shengwan Lan frowned. The ridicule from the 5 academies was a little too much. She was also worried that Lil Guai would be attacked by these people, so she immediately protected it. Many people present had their own opinions, but the general situation was one-sided. The 5 academies mocking and insulting of Chu Yang had become a fact. The loud voices were mocking and insulting Chu Yang, and the situation was getting more and more intense. However, at this moment, no one from the 6 academies came out to stop this farce. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang felt all of this, and their eyes revealed deep worry. How do you think Chu Hang will react after he comes out? Xiong Longxiang asked the two of them. Chapter 1991. It's not the right time yet. Chu Hang will probably bear with it for now. Lu Yunpeng had the same opinion as Xiao Wanjin. He said, Kung Chu is not a brainless guy. He is very clear about the pros and cons. It is impossible for him to make a mistake when it comes to critical decisions. This is interesting. After Chu Yang, the wild dog, comes out of the mother cauldron, I want to see how he will deal with the situation in front of him. Yi was naturally present. At the same time, Gong Sun Shou was also by his side, watching all of this with a cold smile. Chu Yang's first and second Dharma powers were naturally present as well. Their reactions were not in sync with Chu Yang's, but through them, Chu Yang, who was in the mother cauldron, was clearly aware of the situation outside. In the face of such a situation, there was no use in getting angry. Chu Yang did not get angry. He only thought about everything that had happened since he entered the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness. He also thought about everything that he had done. What should he do in the future? He was just one person. To be honest, he did not know what to do. He was a little lost. Discrimination, prejudice, arrogance, and other bad habits of human beings had existed since ancient times. They were deeply rooted. What virtue did Chu Yang have to erase these bad habits? Not to mention others, even he himself could not get rid of these deep-rooted vices. I don't care about these things. I just need to be myself. In the face of such a terrible situation outside, he finally made a decision. He realized that he should not endlessly magnify the problem. Instead, he should limit the problem to himself. He should do what he could and do what he was happy to do. As for the outcome, let the dog take care of it. With this decision, Chu Yang no longer cared about anything outside. He focused on controlling and refining the 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons. These 6 cauldrons would be something that he could rely on in the future. Therefore, it was really difficult for him to kill Ni Yuan Kai, who had helped him in his hour of need. Naturally, how could Ni Yuan Kai possibly be his match? The moment he rushed into the mother cauldron, he was instantly suppressed by Chu Yang, without the slightest strength to fight back. At this moment, Ni Yuan Kai was like a dead dog, lying in a corner and shivering. Maybe he could still curse Chu Yang in circles, draw a circle on the ground, wish you eternal rest. This was the only thing he could do. He was powerless to do anything before this. Of course, he could still scold people as he opened his mouth. Wild dog, he could casually say, but now, he didn't even dare to open his mouth. The 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldrons. Among the 6 cauldrons, there were many formations. They were densely packed, and all of them were saint-level formations. To the 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron, these formations were like a person's internal organs. The patterns that connected the formations were the meridians, and the core was the brain. It was definitely not easy to control them one by one. Fortunately, Chu Yang was a formation master. He had mastered the 3 ultimacies of Soul Slayer, Soul Devouring, and Soul Detention. In addition, he had already mastered Ni Yuan Kai. Therefore, he was able to quickly obtain saint-level formations. What was more troublesome was that the intelligence in the 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron was somewhat difficult to subdue. After Chu Yang gave his ultimatum, the intelligence in the 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron still resisted. He directly had the Ice Kraken take action and wipe out all the emotions and consciousness of the 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron's intelligence. Only its intelligence remained, turning it into a pure intelligence system. Then, he inserted his own imprint into it. After inserting his imprint, the intelligence in it would slowly form a new intelligence in the future. It would be completely different from the previous intelligence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the 5 hells mother-child heavenly demon cauldron changed owners, the 6 cauldrons vibrated together, as if announcing the news to everyone. The aura they gave off was completely different from before. It was as if a person's soul had been replaced. However, if one's cultivation wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to sense such a change. Immediately, there was a commotion outside. Chapter 1992. When Wang Jiao heard the commotion caused by the 5th hell's mother-child heavenly demon cauldron, he was also shocked. However, when he heard the ear-piercing laughter, his face turned red and he shouted angrily, "Am I going to slap your faces? Li, just you wait. If I don't slap your faces today, I'll change my surname to yours." "Huh?" Li laughed even louder. "Wang Jiao, my Li family doesn't have an idiot like you, much less a bastard like you. Worshipping a wild dog? My Jing family doesn't have a bastard like you either." Jing Zhengshang sneered. "The wild dog is only in the transcendence realm. Once Ni Yuan Kai uses the nirvana flame, the wild dog will die for sure." Hu Zisher was even more direct. He mocked, "Wang Jiao, I've seen stupid people before, but I've never seen someone as stupid as you." "That's right." Kong Jiada was about to say something as a mocking smile appeared on his face. However, his smile suddenly froze as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His pupils trembled as he looked in a certain direction in astonishment. "Huh?" At this time, the laughter was still going on. Suddenly, Kong Jiada slapped himself in the face. Then, he opened his eyes wide and looked at everything as if nothing had changed. With a thump, he went limp and sat on the ground on his butt. The laughter stopped abruptly. Li noticed Kong Jiada's actions. When he looked over, he instantly felt as if he had seen his natural enemy. He wanted to run away, but his legs were weak. With a plop, he fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. Hu Zisher, Jing Jingshang, Yu Juanli, Lu Xinhong, and the others all saw what Li He and Kong Jiada saw at this moment. Their faces turned pale, and they shivered. The muscles on their faces even twitched, causing their faces to become slightly deformed. Wild dog? How is this possible? How can a wild dog win in the end? The wild dog is only in the transcendence realm. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can a wild dog be born? Is an Yuan Kai so weak? The people of the 5 academies were in a mess, as if a bomb had been thrown into the sea. At this moment, Chu Yang was standing at the mouth of the mother-child heavenly demon cauldron of the 5 hells. He was carrying Inai Yuan Kai, who looked like a dead dog, with a half-smile and half-anger on his face. He seemed extremely indifferent, but there seemed to be a hint of warmth. No one knew what he was thinking right now. Everyone from the Heavenly Sword Academy instantly became nervous. They were extremely uneasy and nervous. Huh! Wang Jiao's loud laughter was very abrupt, but it was not ear-piercing at all. Everyone's attention was no longer on him. Li He, who did you just call stupid and a bastard? Jing Jingshang, call me a wild dog if you dare. Hu Zisher, you're only at the transcendence stage, right? You bastard. Why aren't you mocking me anymore? You're acting like a son of a bitch now. Wang Jiao retaliated one by one. Just now, he was really angry and sullen. Are you afraid now? Who doesn't know? Who were you mocking just now? Who are you calling stupid? Chu Hang's fame has spread far and wide. How many people don't know that there are still idiots like you who are mocking him? In your words, I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen people as stupid as you. You know how terrifying Chu Hang is, but you still dare to be so presumptuous. I've lived long enough to see this. I'm completely convinced by your mysterious confidence. Chapter 1993. Everyone from the Sky Academy. Is it my turn to make a grand entrance? Chu Yang's voice seemed to be as cold as ice, and there seemed to be a trace of warmth. It was so cold that everyone from the Sky Academy couldn't help but shiver. Wang Jiao couldn't help but shrink his neck. They felt that this master was definitely going to flip out again. Why did they say again? It was because they felt that the interval between Chu Yang's previous outburst was too short. Li He, Yu Juanli, and the others will have a good time this time. Trouble comes at the mouth. They will definitely know this in the future. They took the lesson of the Sky Academy's blood as a joke and treated us as fools. This time, not only have they become fools, but they have also become a joke. There will be a lot to see. If you don't say anything, it means that you agree with my grand entrance. Accompanied by Chu Yang's voice, with a bang, an Yuan Kai fell to the ground silently. Then he exploded into pieces, leaving no bones behind. On account of the fact that you gave me the 5 hellish mother-child heavenly demon cauldron and let me see the malice of the 5 great academies, I can forgive you, but the death penalty is inevitable. Chu Yang had killed Ni Yuan Kai first, and only then did he sentence Ni Yuan Kai to death. This made everyone's heart skip a beat, especially the people from the Sky Academy, who knew Chu Yang's character. This was definitely a sign before his outburst. Needless to say, Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, Xiong Longxiang, and the others were already prepared to kill people after Chu Yang. There was absolutely no other choice. Will Chu Hang really make a move? Feng Polong asked in a serious voice. The consequences of this were too serious. What do you think? Zhang Jian had no doubts in his heart. At this moment, Chu Yang's voice once again entered everyone's ears clearly. Who wants to explain or give me the 5 hellish mother-child heavenly demon cauldron? He's really going to make a move. Feng Polong's pupils constricted. He now knew the answer. Chu Yang would definitely make a move. He didn't care about the 6 great academies or what bullshit they were. If Feng Polong had to explain, he recalled the words that Chu Yang had said to the Sage Master and the other 6 academy masters. You made me unhappy, so I'll make you even more unhappy. Since no one answered, it seems that there's no one. right? Seeing that Chu Yang's expression finally changed, and he smiled brightly. Feng Polong had no more doubts in his heart. Shua! Chu Yang's figure moved like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. The next moment, "You're called Li He, right? I heard that you're the most active. You were the first to call me Wild Dog. How about I give you a surprise?" Chu Yang suddenly appeared beside Li He. He looked at Li He with a smile and said, "How about I kill you?" "You?" With a bang, Chu Yang pressed down with his palm. Li He, who was still trembling, had his head stuffed into his chest. With a thud, he fell to the ground dead. The world was silent, as if everything in the world knew that this was only the prelude to death. Shua! Chu Yang appeared beside Hu Zisher. Hu Zisher, right? You're the second to jump after Li He. I'm the second to kill you. Do you have a problem with that? Wild Dog, do you know what you're doing? With a crack, Chu Yang broke his neck and lifted him up. Do I need you to teach me what I'm doing? Wild Dog, you dare to wantonly kill the disciples of the 6 great academies. You're definitely going to die. In his panic, Jing Zhengshang took action and roared furiously. Everyone, don't be afraid of Wild Dog. He's just one person. If we all attack together, no matter how strong the Wild Dog is, we'll be able to drown him with a mouthful of spit from each of us. Chu Yang looked at Jing Zhengshang with interest. He didn't stop Jing Zhengshang and allowed him to do as he wished. He wasn't anxious at all, as if he wouldn't make a move before Jing Zhengshang finished instigating them. Chapter 1994. What consequences? Who he offended? Who he angered? Scram, are you done? Chu Yang looked at Jing Zhengshang. You're the third one. Are you ready? I'm going to start. Wild Dog, what are you playing at? Jing Zhengshang threw caution to the wind and roared at the Sky Sword Court, Divine Firmament Court, and the rest of the 5 colleges. Everyone, are you going to let Wild Dog do whatever he wants? No one responded. Jing Zhengshang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly roared, Everyone, Jing Zhengshang, am not the only one who scolded this Wild Dog. Just now, I can't remember what I said, but there were many people who scolded it very happily. Are you waiting for Wild Dog to kill you one by one? What terrified Jing Zhengshang the most was that Chu Yang had no intention of stopping him. Jing Zhengshang's brain seemed to be trembling. Everyone, Wild Dog is just one person. With so many of us working together, what's the big deal about cursing Wild Dog? Kong Jiada encouraged the others. If we curse him Wild Dog, he'll be courting death. With so many of us attacking him at the same time, he'll die without a complete corpse. He's just a wild dog. Why should the 5 colleges be afraid of him? Don't be scared by this Wild Dog. He's just a dog. Yu Juanli and Lu Xinhong also roared loudly. Behind them were many students from the 5 colleges. Chu Yang looked at all of this coldly and suddenly felt helpless. There were so many people in the eastern wilderness who were full of discrimination and malice. He wasn't bloodthirsty and didn't want to kill. He also didn't want to be called a homicidal maniac, but he had to kill. If he didn't kill, how could he let the people of the eastern wilderness stand proudly on the land of the east continent? Chu Yang didn't know any other methods for now. The only thing he was sure of was that killing, blood, and death would work. He couldn't be bothered to think of other methods. Since he was the one doing it, he would use his own method. His method was to go on a rampage and do whatever he wanted. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang moved with lightning speed. In an instant, Jing Zhengshang, Kong Jiada, and Yu Juanli's bodies spasmed violently. Soon after, bloody lines appeared on their bodies. Finally, they exploded with a bang, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. Lu Xinhong reacted because of the first 3. When Chu Yang attacked, he roared, Kill! With a pung sound, black flames surged out from his body. This was the Nirvana flame. The flame of Nirvana enveloped his entire body, hoping to use the flame of Nirvana to protect himself. This was because the Wild Dog was only in the Transcendence realm. If he was touched by the Nirvana flames, he would definitely die. At the same time, he did everything he could to attack viciously. Kachacha! His muscles and bones made a sound like frying beans. Then, in his flesh and organs, there was a rumbling sound like thunder. His body expanded rapidly, and in an instant, he became a giant that was 100 feet tall. His entire body was golden, and there was a layer of a pagoda wrapped around his body. Golden light burst out of it and was extremely dazzling. With a loud bang, his transcendence form also appeared behind him. It was a 300 feet tall transcendence form, dragging a pagoda in its hand. It was like the pagoda heavenly king that Chu Yang knew. It stood there, and a turbulent aura swept out like waves in the ocean, endless. The Golden Pagoda, Heavenly King. This is the Golden Pagoda, Heavenly King's transcendence form. It's actually the Golden Pagoda, Heavenly King's transcendence form. The transformation that Lu Xinhong's body displayed should be the golden immortal body of the Golden Pagoda, Heavenly King. Legend has it that when one cultivates to the end, they can escape from reincarnation and become immortal and indestructible. The wild dog is dead for sure. The Golden Pagoda, Heavenly King, is in existence at the level of earthly emperor. He has already escaped reincarnation. The crowd was extremely shocked, and there was a commotion. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. He had just thought of the Pagoda Heavenly King in his memory, and he was immediately reminded of the Golden Pagoda Heavenly King. Chapter 1995. After the sage, it was the earthly emperor realm. The sage's spiritual power could interfere with matter. With a thought, he could create, transform, and change the form and essence of any matter at will. Everything moved according to his will. He could destroy the enemy with a thought, decide life and death with a thought, and turn the world upside down with a thought. He had endless power. The earthly emperor was the next step of the sage. He could escape the reincarnation cycle and no longer be bound by reincarnation. You want to compete with me in terms of physical strength? You're courting death. Amidst the hustle and bustle, a dazzling neon light burst out from Chu Yang's body. His entire body became crystal clear. As he breathed, the air was sucked into his nostrils. The void seemed to have collapsed. Even lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled between his mouth and nose. Rolling thunder resounded. Hiss! The exclamation stopped, and all the people who were clamoring could not help but gasp. When the others saw this scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. The Sky Academy basically knew that Chu Yang's physical strength was strong. Swish! Chu Yang moved and suddenly disappeared. It was as if he had torn the void and was traveling in an inexplicable space. When the crowd saw him, they saw that he had already hugged Lu Xinhong's huge leg with his hands and was swinging it. It was as if an ant was swinging a human, but the ant did not waste any strength at all. It swung the human, who was much larger than itself, as if it was swinging a speck of dust. It made people feel as if they were as light as a feather. A 300-meter-tall giant who was as light as a feather. Whoosh, 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 the endless wind swept. Chu Yang swung the 300-meter-tall Lu Xinhong as if he was playing with a stick. Such a scene instantly froze everyone in place, as if time had also stopped. Rumble. With a loud noise, the earth rose and fell like waves. Countless cracks tore out, as if the earth had collapsed. With Chu Yang's constant swinging, the earth instantly turned into a huge, deep pit, and many people were affected. They screamed and flew out. The golden pagoda that protected Lu Xinhong's body directly burst into pieces, and endless golden light burst out. He was also struggling fiercely, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was soft and feeble, as if he was an ant that had fallen into the hands of a human, helpless. It was just that his 300-meter-tall body clashed too much with Chu Yang's figure, so much so that it was incomparably shocking. Crack! Lu Xinhong transformed back to her original size, but she was still unable to break free from Chu Yang's hands. She ruthlessly broke off her own leg and fled in a sorry state. Immediately, his golden pagoda, celestial emperor Dharma idol moved, and the golden pagoda fell to suppress him. Chu Yang laughed and said to himself, "He really does look like the pagoda-bearing heavenly king." When everyone heard Chu Yang muttering to himself, he took a big step forward and went straight up into the sky. He raised his hand and slammed it down. Compared to the 3,000 feet tall Dharma form, the palm, which was almost negligible in size, became the center of the world. The lines on the palm were like the sky, and with a flip of the hand, it seemed like the world could be turned upside down at any time. Heaven flipping palm. Rumble. The world shook, and at this moment, everyone felt like they were being turned upside down. Their heads were down, their feet were up, and the whole world seemed to be turned upside down. Heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the world collapsed. Amidst the loud noise, the golden pagoda, celestial emperor's 300-meter-tall Dharma form, was completely turned upside down. Its head was like an awl, sinking straight into the ground. Chu Yang's palm gently pressed down, as if he was pressing on a bubble. The huge Dharma form suddenly exploded, and endless waves of energy surged out. Crack! In the midst of the chaos, a crisp sound suddenly entered everyone's ears. When they looked over, Chu Yang had already broken Lu Xinhong's neck and lifted him in the air. The Golden Pagoda, Celestial Emperor, is quite interesting. You made me waste a lot of time. Another murder. Chapter 1996. Don't be so surprised, okay? Today, I'm going to chop to my heart's content. What are you talking about? Are you treating Li He, Hu Zishir, Jing Zhengshang, and the others as wooden trees? Are you going to chop them down directly? Is Chu Yang really not the slightest bit concerned about the consequences? The people from the Heavenly Sword Academy and the other 5 academies were terrified. What did they do just now to cause such a consequence? Is it just because they insulted Chu Yang and called him a wild dog? Is he a bastard? Wang Jiao and the other people from the Sky Academy could not help but gulp at this moment. They were also completely frightened. They had imagined that Chu Yang would fly into a rage, but they did not expect it to be like this. He would scold everyone and everything. He's a madman. Yu and Gong Sun Shou, who were in the crowd, watched all of this with their hearts turn upside down. They had also expected how Chu Yang would deal with such a matter. However, although they had thought of such a possibility, they thought that it would never happen. This was because Chu Yang would always have scruples, but all of this had happened. Unrestrained and reckless. The two of them could only describe Chu Yang as such. Feng Polong looked worried. He sent a voice transmission to Zhang Jian and asked, "Are we going to let this guy go on like this? If that's the case, everyone will be killed." So, Zhang Jian also frowned as he watched this scene. We can at least intervene. Feng Polong's throat was dry. As a friend, he thought that if Chu Yang continued like this, he would definitely anger the 6 great academies, and the 6 great academies would definitely kill Chu Yang. If you want to be completely stripped naked and hung up to dry, you can give it a try. Zhang Jian, what do you mean? Zhang Jian frowned and said, "Can't you see that he's eager to change the situation of the people in the eastern wilderness in the East Continent? Not only is he anxious, but he also thinks that only blood and death can change everything. Therefore, he wants to use his hands to kill. He's killing people now to tell the 6 great academies and everyone in the East Continent that everything is just the beginning. As long as the situation of the people in the eastern wilderness doesn't change, he'll continue to kill until no one in the East Continent dares to discriminate against the people in the eastern wilderness." After a pause, he added, "What's worse, I've noticed his impatience and laziness. He can't be bothered to care about these trivial matters, so he doesn't care about anything." After thinking for a while, Zhang Jian expressed his feelings. "He gives me a feeling that as long as he's himself, he'll do whatever he wants. Just like the sword in his hand, he'll cut off all sword moves, sword techniques, ideas, and all kinds of restraints." This was Zhang Jian's opinion. Just like how Xiao Qiuyu in the God Realm viewed Chu Yang, Zhang Jian also viewed Chu Yang from the perspective of a sword. Chu Yang was killing people and practicing his sword. He was practicing the sword that had no restrictions, the sword of freedom, the sword that did not exist. There was no absolute freedom in the world, so naturally, there was no sword with absolute freedom. At this moment, Chu Yang was extremely dangerous. Feng Polong was silent. He felt that Chu Yang was going to die, but more people would die, but he could not stop it. If he stopped it, it would be equivalent to stopping Chu Yang's sword path. He would also become Chu Yang's enemy. Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want to kill all of you? Chu Yang's voice resounded again, causing Shangwan Lan, Parrot, and the others' eyelids to twitch. Cui Xinho and the other two were also worried. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang's hearts skipped a beat. This was the rhythm of becoming enemies with the 6 great academies and the entire East Continent. Don't be afraid of the wild dog. Can't we kill him with so many of us? A Heavenly Sword Academy student with peach blossom eyes roared, reminding the people of the 5 great academies. Li He, Hu Zishur, and the others are the lesson of blood. If you don't unite, all of you want to protect yourselves and hope that others will step up, but none of you stand up, then we will all be killed by him. Chapter 1997. Wild Dog, what are you talking about? A tower-like student from the Sky Demon Academy agreed with the opinion of the peach blossom-eyed youth from the Sky Sword Academy and stood out. That's right. The wild dog is bloodthirsty. If we don't get rid of him soon, the East Continent will be plunged into misery and suffering. For ourselves, for the East Continent, for our families, we can't let this wild dog do whatever he wants. One after another, countless people stood out in an instant. Yi Yu and Gong Sun Shou looked at the scene in front of them, but they couldn't smile. Although this was their hope, when it really happened, they didn't feel as happy as they had imagined. They felt that something was wrong. Ha! Chu Yang laughed in his trademark way. Your reactions are very fast. I think you're not stupid, but why did you do such a stupid thing just now? Perhaps I seem to understand a little. Since it's not a problem of intelligence, then it's a problem of arrogance. Your arrogance in the eastern wilderness has turned all of you into idiots. The more I think about it, the more unhappy I am. Rumble. Chu Yang was originally in midair, but as soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. He was like a bolt of lightning, causing the sky and earth to shake. Dong! With another loud sound, Chu Yang came down from the sky and rushed into the crowd. His speed was extremely fast. The peach blossom-eyed youth from the Sky Sword Academy only managed to put up a defense with the Nirvana Flame. He was directly stepped into the ground by Chu Yang. With a loud bang, the peach blossom-eyed youth was dead. The crowd retreated like a tide. Everyone was shocked by this attack. This attack was extremely shocking. What was most shocking was that Chu Yang didn't fear the Nirvana Flame at all. The wild dog wants to be the enemy of the 6 great academies and the entire East Continent. Kill him. He's just a wild dog. How can he be the opponent of the 6 great academies? How can he be the opponent of the entire East Continent? The wild dog is about to die without a complete corpse. Everyone, don't hesitate. Quickly go out and kill the wild dog. Otherwise, you might be the next to die. Just as Chu Yang thought, the people from the 5 great academies were definitely not fools. The reason why they were fools before was only because of their arrogance. Their discrimination in the eastern wilderness was deeply rooted in their bones. When Chu Yang thought of this, he felt that he hadn't done anything wrong. His soft-heartedness had completely vanished from the bottom of his heart. Everyone, quickly come and kill me. He also began to laugh. It was as if all of his shackles had been completely released at this moment. Wild dog, do you think we're afraid of you? Kill. Slaughter this wild dog. Slaughter this murderous demon. Although the students of the 5 great academies were afraid, they knew that if they didn't do this, they would be the ones to die. They responded loudly and were about to rush over to kill. Stop, all of you stop. Stop it right now. Chu Yang, if you dare to be presumptuous again, you'll be killed without mercy. A furious roar came from afar, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air. The holy masters and the headmasters of the 6 academies had all arrived. When they saw Chu Yang, they questioned him furiously. Chu Yang, are you trying to rebel? Rebelling. Chu Yang glanced at the 6 of them and sneered. Why didn't you come a little later? Are you afraid that I'll trigger the lightning punishment and kill all of you? The 6 masters immediately choked. All of their anger had to be restrained in an instant. Boom! Chapter 1998. At this moment, they noticed that the members of the Sky Court had already hidden themselves somewhere, and their hearts thumped. The members of the Sky Court are well aware of the wild dog's movements, so they've already taken precautions against it. What they said earlier is also true. However, it was too late for them to realize this. They kept calling Wild Dog, which was simply courting death. Wild Dog had promised not to use the lightning tribulation in the competition, but this was not a competition. This was a battle outside the competition. They were the ones who added the drama, and they were courting death. Chuyang, why did you kill them? The 6 Hall Masters had to change their tone. Is there a point in asking when you already know the answer? Logically speaking, if Chuyang wanted to solve this kind of problem, he should give a reason and brush it off, but he did not do so at all. There was no need for that. They only insulted you. Their crime is not worthy of death. How can you be so ruthless? The 6 Hall Masters could barely contain their anger, and their patience had reached its limit. The wild dog had used lightning punishment to humiliate them, who knew how many times already. They insulted me, and I was unhappy to hear it. I wanted to kill them. What can you do about it? Chuyang looked at the 6 people with a sneer. You are not qualified to be afraid of the lightning tribulation. Go and invite the 6 leaders here. If the 6 of you have any objections. He paused and smiled evilly. I'll still kill them all. Boom! The faces of the 5 Great Academy students were even paler. This wild dog actually didn't even put the leaders in its eyes. It had to be threatened and killed. You! The 6 Hall Masters were almost angered to death. Bullshit! Chuyang glared at them and said, I've already told you about my power and prestige. You didn't go back and discipline those playthings. Instead, you let them come out and bark at me. I want to kill them. You're jumping up and down. Do you think you're in the right now? Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky and spread down from afar. Suddenly, everyone present was shocked. When they lifted their heads to look at the sky, they saw that thick black clouds had already appeared. Moreover, the black clouds were still rapidly gathering. In just the blink of an eye, the entire sky was almost completely covered by dark clouds. The world was completely dark. Within the thundercloud, lightning snakes danced. Streaks of dazzling lightning tore through the void and spread into the distance. Lightning punishment. The lightning punishment was about to descend. The lightning punishment triggered by the wild dog was about to descend. The scene was in chaos. The faces of the 6 headmasters were ashen, but they didn't dare to move. If they dared to move and tried to escape, the lightning punishment would definitely descend in an instant. They couldn't escape at all. There was absolutely no one who could escape. What shocked them the most was that the wild dog's thundercloud was extremely frightening. The thundercloud actually covered the entire sky. Just thinking about the thundercloud made their scalps go numb. Feng Polong and Zhang Jian's heartstrings were completely taut. Once the lightning punishment descended, it was unknown how many people would die. There was no more room for mediation between Chuyang and the 6 headmasters. The 2 of them were destined to become Chuyang's enemies. Either you die, or I die. Such an outcome was absolutely not what they wanted to see, especially when they felt that it was very likely that they would be the ones to die. Stop! Chapter 1999. Do you think I have to stop just because you asked me to? What? That was a leader. Everyone trembled as if they had been struck by lightning. It was fine if Chuyang didn't give face to the dean, but he actually dared to do this to the leader. He was too audacious. The leaders of the 6 Great Academies were not on the same level as the dean of the 6 Great Academies. The dean of the 6 Great Academies had not broken through to the Saint Realm, but the leaders of the 6 Great Academies were all saints. Everyone below the Saint Realm was an ant. According to this sentence, the dean was just an ant in front of the leaders. Chuyang could ignore the dean of the 6 Great Academies, but how could he ignore the leaders of the 6 Great Academies? Who did he think he was? After the extreme shock and horror, many people were instantly delighted. The leaders of the 6 Great Academies were saints, and they were not afraid of the lightning tribulation. Wild Dog was courting death. You don't have to be agitated. You humiliated the people of the Eastern Wilderness. You can kill them if you want, but we are in the middle of the 6 Great Academies Alliance tournament. Do you understand? What? In the blink of an eye, heaven fell into hell. These people were so shocked that their souls were about to shatter. The leaders actually had such an opinion? Was this the unanimous opinion of the leaders of the 6 Great Academies? Or was it just a single leader? Either way, it was already shocking enough. At least one of the leaders of the 6 Great Academies had acknowledged the status of the Eastern Wilderness. Such a thing had never happened before, and it was unimaginable. The students of the Heavenly Sword Academy, Divine Firmament Academy, Heavenly Demon Academy, Star Academy, and Myriad Elephant Academy were all pale. They were extremely frightened. 6 old cuties. Chu Yang raised his head to look at the closed stands above the void, and said with a smile, "Your reactions are completely different from what I imagined. Facing an ant from the Eastern Wasteland like me, such a result is really unexpected. For a moment, I'm a bit confused, and I don't know what to do." Not satisfied, he was still mocking and pushing his luck. No one knew what Chu Yang was relying on to dare to do this. Not to mention the others. Even the parrot was frightened by Chu Yang. Its heart almost jumped out of its throat. Everyone below the saint level was an ant. Chu Yang was just an ant in front of the saint, but at this moment, this ant still didn't know what it meant to be arrogant. "Brother Yang, you've been rude. Hurry up and apologize to the 6 seniors." Just as everyone was waiting for the leader's next reaction, in this suffocating moment, an elegant, ethereal, and incomparably pleasant voice flowed into everyone's ears like a clear spring, cleansing their souls. This voice was like a mother's gentle hand, causing everyone's tensed heartstrings to relax. The suffocating atmosphere also suddenly eased. "Shangwan Lan." This voice naturally belonged to Shangwan Lan. Perhaps only her voice had such charm, and perhaps only she could stop Chu Yang. When all eyes were on Shangwan Lan, she was shrouded in mist. It was as if she was in a fairyland, and no one could see her figure. An extremely surprised voice also came from the sealed spectator stands in the void. The owner of the voice was so surprised that he unconsciously let it out, allowing everyone to hear it. This made many people know Chu Yang's backing. At least Chun Burang and Long Xiaojun from the Sky Academy knew that Chu Yang, a shameless guy, could casually say such words. "Wife, someone bullied me." Chun Burang felt it the most. To be exact, he would never forget it. At this moment, when he recalled the scene that day, his face could not help but turn as black as the bottom of a pot. Feng Polong and Zhang Jian were also very surprised. They did not expect such an amazing woman to exist. Chapter 2000. Brother Beigong, Chu Yang is from your Sky Academy. That woman should also be from your Sky Academy, right? What's her background? The inspector of the East Continent sensed that Shangwan Lan was unusual. Only those whose cultivation had surpassed the Sage Realm, or those with Imperial or Emperor weapons, could resist his perception. If this woman had an earthly Emperor or Celestial Emperor behind her, her background must be extremely shocking. He could not afford to offend her, so how could he not be careful? The leader of the Sky Academy said, "Brother Sun, I dare not inquire about her background. I only know that she is from Zhongzhou. Because of her, many talents from Zhongzhou came from the Sky Academy." Hearing that, not only did the inspector of the East Continent's heart skip a beat, but the leaders of the other 5 academies could not help but feel their hearts sink. "Brother Beigong, she's also a big reason why you tolerate this evil beast so presumptuous, right?" The leader of the Sky Sword Academy asked in a deep voice. "Brother Tooba, this is indeed a reason." The leader of the Sky Sword Academy said with some doubts, "I don't know how Chu Yang interacted with the noble of Zhongzhou, and he is that woman's fiancé." Fiancé? The inspector of the East Continent and the leaders of the other 5 academies were shocked again. They had to reevaluate Chu Yang in their hearts. They also understood why Chu Yang dared to be so presumptuous in front of them. They even felt a little lucky, because they were worried that the people of the Eastern Wilderness had led the extraterrestrial demons to the East Continent. They restrained themselves and tolerated Chu Yang. Otherwise, they really did not know how to end the situation at this moment. It was easy to kill Chu Yang, but the consequences were probably not what they could bear. The 6 people of the East Continent even exclaimed in their hearts, "We almost fell into this little bastard's trap." In their opinion, Chu Yang, this little bastard, obviously wanted to use Shangguan Lan to ruthlessly trap them and even obliterate them. On the other side, Chu Yang was dissuaded by Shangguan Lan and had to stop the Thunder Tribulation, although he had to admit that Shangguan Lan was right. Until now, the leaders of the 6 great academies had not expressed their discrimination against the Eastern Wilderness. It was naturally rude of him to take the initiative to provoke them, but he believed that the leaders of the 6 great academies generally discriminated against the East Continent and were more biased towards the East Continent. However, he didn't have the strength to challenge the leaders of the 6 academies. All he could rely on was the ice coin. If he couldn't win, he could escape. Once he escaped, it would mean that he had declared war on the entire Eastern Continent. He wouldn't hesitate to use all kinds of methods to lure the divine world into the heavenly spirit world. This was naturally the worst-case scenario. If he could stop while he could, he would naturally stop while he could. After all, he had earned enough face. Kid, I was a little too excited just now. I completely lost my mind and offended the 6 seniors. I hope the 6 seniors can be magnanimous and treat this kid like a fart and let him go. When Chu Yang said this, the initiative was handed over to the leaders of the 6 academies. What happened next would depend on how they responded. A displeased cold snort rumbled down from the closed spectator stand, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. If there is a next time, you will be severely punished without mercy. There was no reason, no other explanation. The dignified voice only announced the result. Chu Yang could understand. After all, the leaders of the 6 academies wanted to save face. He had greatly boosted the morale of the Eastern Barren Territory and raised the reputation of the Eastern Barren Territory. He had to accept such a rebuke, and he could definitely accept it. It could be said that the price was too small. Chu Yang couldn't help but marvel at Shangguan Lan's face. His fiancée's face was really big. He wasn't stupid enough to think that he had the ability to make the leaders of the 6 great academies compromise. Naturally, there was no need to kill. Chu Yang had achieved his goal. Shangguan Lan's appearance was more useful than his efforts. Chapter 2001. Swish. He flew directly in front of Shangguan Lan and immediately showed his fierce love. If I didn't have eyes, I would definitely be able to see your charming beauty. If I didn't have ears, I would definitely be able to hear your pleasant laughter. If I didn't have a nose, I would definitely be able to smell your fragrance. If I didn't have hands, I would definitely hug you with my whole body and mind. If I didn't have legs, I would definitely crawl towards you under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Chu Yang began to show off his love again. He began to do that mushy thing again, which Shangguan Lan hated very much. She also liked it very much. If I were a fool, this would be my purest love. If I only had a soul, I would definitely turn into a gust of wind and worship under your red dress. If I were already dead. In the end, Chu Yang said with incomparable affection, I'm already dead forever. I'm completely dead. My skeleton will also bloom like a wild rose on the ground. When you pass by my head, it will bloom under your feet. In an instant, many people from the Heavenly Sword Academy, the Heavenly Demon Academy, the Divine Firmament Academy, and the other academies were stunned at this moment. How could he do such a shameless thing? They were thoroughly shocked by Chu Yang's shamelessness. Such a level of shamelessness had completely exceeded their imagination. They couldn't believe that there was actually someone in the world who could do such a thing. The world of morality in their hearts had already roared and was about to annihilate this person who ruthlessly trampled on the bottom line of morality. On the closed stand, except for the leader of the Sky Academy, the other 6 people of the East Continent were completely shocked. In an instant, they all understood why Chu Yang could win the favor of the beauty. However, what they didn't understand was, could it be that the beauty liked this kind of shameless thing? Logically speaking, such a person was a lecher. He would have been slapped to God knows where by the beauty. There was no possibility of winning the beauty's heart at all. At this moment, even the sages were confused. Brother Beigong, You don't seem to be very surprised? When the East Continent inspector asked the leader of the Heavenly Sword Academy, the leaders of the other 5 academies couldn't help but look over. The leader of the Sky Academy couldn't help but laugh at this moment. He shook his head speechlessly and said, "It's not the first time he has done it." The East Continent's patrolling inspector and the other 5 were even more speechless. It seemed like this was already a common occurrence. The reaction of the students of the Sky Academy proved that the leader of the Sky Academy was right. The 6 inspectors of the East Continent burst into laughter when they heard their words. "Io, Chu Hang is here again. It's so mushy that I'm getting goosebumps. Haha, Chu Hang is really good at messing around. It's different every time, but it's definitely mushy. I'm completely convinced by his shamelessness. He can actually do such a thing in front of so many people. It's as if it's a matter of course. That's right. Chu Hang has surpassed the horizon, haha." The laughter of the people from the Sky Academy made the people from the other 5 academies realize that they had fallen behind, far behind the trend of the times. The people from the Sky Academy had actually experienced such a thing before, so they were already used to it and were used to it. Ha ha ha. The wild laughter of the parrot came as expected. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. I don't see the shameless Chu Hang in the eastern wilderness, but I see that he's famous. Alas, it seems that I can't surpass him in my life. I'm so sad. Don't disturb me. I'm going to a corner where there's no one and lick my wounds alone. What was going on? The people from the Sky Sword Academy and the other 5 academies were completely confused. What the hell was that parrot doing? What did it have to do with it? Who was laughing at it? Who was it laughing at? Why was it sighing? Why was it secretly sad? Was such a shameless thing to be envied? Chapter 2002. Strange things happened every year, but today was especially strange. With such a magical person like Chu Yang, there was actually such a magical parrot. When did the world become so wonderful? Can you inform me a little in advance? Fong Palong was also shocked. If he had to be like Pit Chu and confess to his beloved in front of so many people and say such mushy words, he would never do it even if he was beaten to death. Zhang Jian's dead face suddenly came to life. His expression became rich, and he muttered to himself, "It turns out that the world can be so complicated." Cui Xinho and the other 2, Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, Xiong Longxiang, and the people of the Sky Academy burst into laughter. They laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out. Feng Polong and Zhang Jian did not know whether these people laughed like this because they saw the reaction of the people of the 5 academies or because they heard their conversation. But no matter what, these people were about to go crazy with laughter. Feng Polong and Zhang Jian were completely speechless at this time. They completely understood why Chu Yang could do such a strange thing as stripping and hanging him up to dry. It seemed that Chu Hang was purely a joke. 2 screams suddenly broke out at this time and cut through the sky. One of the screams was from Chu Yang, and the other was from the parrot. The parrot scream was first, followed by Chu Yang's scream. The parrot's scream was even more mournful, while Chu Yang's scream was only because of severe pain. Then, everyone watched as Chu Yang and the parrot fell from the sky like 2 meteors. With a rumbling sound, they smashed into the ground, completely disappearing. All that was left were 2 pitch-black craters. When Shang Wanlan heard the laughter of the people of the Sky Academy and saw the wonderful reactions of the people of the 5 academies, she was so embarrassed that she could not stand it. She violently dealt with the funny duo and gave them a hard blow. "Sister-in-law, I protest." With a whoosh, the parrot flew out of the hole and flapped its wings. It said to Shang Wanlan, "Sister-in-law, why am I the first to be attacked? This divine bird is innocent. I was led astray by Chu Hang." The protest of the parrot had attracted a lot of attention, and there should have been a sequel of the parrot being abused. However, the sudden appearance of the soulful song changed everything. "You asked me how much I love you." The song came from a deep hole. Based on the sound, the hole was definitely not shallow. It was as if the deeper the song was, the deeper the hole was. A certain person was using the depth of the hole to express his passionate love. How much do I love you? My feelings are real. My love is real. The moon represents my heart. What love! More and more, more and more shameless. Everyone was once again deeply shaken. They felt that a certain person was openly displaying a certain kind of filthy matter in front of others. Not only was he not ashamed, he was instead proud of it. Many people expressed that they could not accept this and began to feel angry. The parrot was also angry. Chu Hang, so this is how you should deal with it after being beaten up. Why didn't you say so earlier? After angrily scolding Chu Yang, it complained to Shangwan Lan, sister-in-law. You clearly like Chu Hang's shamelessness. Why do you pretend not to like it? Ouch! As soon as it finished speaking, it howled and rushed into the arms of Mother Earth again. It immediately created another hole, and soon a song came out of it. You asked me how much I love you. These two clowns. Shangwan Lan surrendered. What else could she do? Is this the result? Looking at this scene, Yi Yu and Gong Sun Shou seemed to have entered another world. They could not laugh at all. Chu Yang was so presumptuous, but in the end, he was just lightly carried away, so that Chu Yang could be so playful. It seems that the best chance to kill him is in the arena. Yi Yu frowned, then said, That old wild dog can't be left alive. We have to find a way to get rid of him and regain control of the space-time channel. Of course, Sima Jian had been noticed by him long ago. How could he not know about Sima Jian when dealing with Chu Yang? The reaction of his sixth campus made him certain that Sima Jian was an important node. After getting rid of Sima Jian, the sixth campus will definitely not be so polite to Chu Yang. Chapter 2003. Chu Yang had been willful and reckless. He had killed many people, threatened the heads of the 6 great academies, and challenged the authority of the leaders. Many people were caught off guard, and many people did not expect this. Many people were surprised and shocked, forcing them to reevaluate Chu Yang. After that, it was Chu Yang and the Eastern Wilderness. After such an incident, many people had no choice but to reconsider their attitude towards the Eastern Wasteland. If they didn't change, it was very likely that one day they would become ghosts under Chu Yang's blade, and the 6 great schools would definitely not care about it. The attitude of the leaders of the 6 great academies was a wind vane. Of course, Chu Yang knew. He knew it clearly, so he was very happy. This was a very good start. He was also secretly grateful to Shangwan Lan. The 6 great academies' alliance competition continued. It slowly got rid of Chu Yang's influence and returned to the right track. However, every time it was Chu Yang's turn, all the other martial art competitions would stop. Everyone would gather to watch Chu Yang's competition, and they would constantly remind everyone who Chu Yang was. Wild Dog's voice had almost completely disappeared in the 6 great academies' alliance competition. At least, Chu Yang no longer heard of it. Naturally, he also paid a price. He was always being watched by others. He was at the cusp of the storm, and if he was not careful, he would die. However, some people were still lurking in the dark, waiting for the best opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Chu Yang thought that there should be many people like this, but he never thought that Nangong Xing would be one of them. Is this Chu Yang? No wonder he can force those people to compromise. Nangong Xing watched everything that Chu Yang did from beginning to end. He did not miss a single thing. During this period, he was frightened many times and secretly cursed Chu Yang for being stupid. However, in the end, he was the one who was stupid. This made him have a new understanding of Chu Yang and new judgment. My enemies have an enemy like Chu Yang. They should be sitting on pins and needles, like a fishbone stuck in their throats. When Nangong Xing thought of this, he couldn't help but reveal a delighted smile. Then, he retracted his smile and muttered to himself, They should be targeting Chu Yang soon. This is my chance. This was his guess, but he had also seen it with his own eyes. Yi Yu. Nangong Xing saw this person, whom he knew even if he was burned to ashes, the person who had completely fooled him. Not only did Nangong Xing see the solemn expression on Yi Yu's face, but he also saw the scheming glint in Yi Yu's eyes. He knew that Yi Yu was about to make a move. This action was definitely directed at Chu Yang, because Nangongxing was already dead. Other than Chu Yang, there were no other enemies. As for what Yi was planning to do, Nangongxing had no idea. However, he could not help but feel disappointed and self-deprecating. Han Zhong, don't you think I'm such a failure? Chu Yang was originally a potential enemy of mine. I even planned to use him to make a name for myself. However, at this moment, I have to protect him in the dark. This was really a mockery. Nangongxing had never thought that his life would take such a dramatic turn. He even realized that protecting Chu Yang was his most important and most urgent task at the moment. As long as Chu Yang was alive, his enemies would not be able to eat or sleep well. They would definitely be in danger at all times. A person like Chu Yang was definitely not easy to deal with. So be it then. Nangongxing made his decision. He did not feel humiliated. Chu Yang was qualified to do so. Only Chu Yang could rival his enemies. He was still not good enough. Whoosh! Nangongxing fell far behind Yu and Gong Sun Shou. He immediately thought of a different question. If I capture these two people, I should be able to find out who the enemy is. Yu's strength was negligible. Gong Sun Shou was only in the Nirvana realm, so Nangongxing did not take him seriously. Chapter 2004. Yu had been exposed and was of little use to them. Naturally, the enemy would not spend too much energy on him. However, Yu was Chu Yang's brother's enemy. This was different. Perhaps Chu Yang was eager to get rid of Yu, or Chu Yang's brother would make a move. Therefore, it was not impossible to set a trap for him. While Nangongxing was thinking, he noticed that Yu and Gong Sun Shou were heading straight for the Sky Academy. He immediately knew what Yu was planning. Sima Jian, the space-time tunnel. Chu Yang had angered the headmasters of the 6 great academies and provoked the leaders of the 6 great academies. Not only did Yu see that, but Nangongxing also saw it. I should have thought of it. If he were Yu, he would definitely get rid of Chu Yang's reliance as soon as possible. Next, it was time for him to make a choice. Should he attack Yu and Gong Sun Shou? He soon realized that he was very stupid. If Yu had an expert by his side, he would have been discovered long ago. After all, he had been following Yu all the way. He could not help but sneer. Son of a bitch, you want to play some tricks again, don't you? To deal with Sima Jian, Yu would definitely not win by force, but by intelligence. When Nangongxing came to this conclusion, his lips curled into a cold smile. He sped up and flew over Yu and Gong Sun Shou at lightning speed. Yu was startled by his sudden movement. Yu had thought a lot. Suddenly, such a thing happened, so he thought more and felt a little uneasy. He even felt that the person who flew over his head might have been sent by Chu Yang to communicate with Sima Jian. However, he felt that the possibility was very low, so he did not change his plan. He and Gong Sun Shou arrived at the Sky Academy easily and arrived outside the space-time tunnel. Yu was originally a student of the Sky Academy, so he was very familiar with the Sky Academy. The area outside the space-time tunnel guarded by Sima Jian was not an important place at all. After arriving here, Yu sent a voice transmission to the space-time tunnel and asked to see Sima Jian. To his slight surprise, a person immediately answered and flew out. However, this person was wearing a mask, and his figure seemed somewhat familiar. Who are you? The person's voice was a little hoarse, keeping people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He was very cold and was constantly on guard against Yu. Yu's suspicions were immediately dispelled. I am Chu Yang's brother and Chu Fei's good friend. I was entrusted by Chu Yang to pass on an important message to Senior Sima. I hope brother can go in and report it. Chu Fei, how come I've never heard of such a person? The masked man's voice was filled with suspicion. Hearing this, Yu laughed in his heart. Looks like Chu Yang and Sima Jian have no connection with each other. If that's the case, things will be even easier. A smile appeared on his face. Brother, please don't be nervous. Your Eastern Wilderness is from the Eastern Wilderness. His elder brother used to stay in the Sky Academy, but one of his arms was chopped off by Gong Sunlong. After that, he returned to the Eastern Wilderness to recuperate. He only came to the East Continent from the Eastern Wilderness recently. The masked man could not help but snort coldly. I've never heard of this before. I've never heard of him having an elder brother from the Eastern Wilderness. That's not important. Yi stopped trying to win the masked man's trust and said directly, "This is urgent. The important thing now is to pass on the message to Senior Sima. Senior Sima will know whether it's true or not once he hears it." As he spoke, he laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm a cripple, and the person beside me is only in the Nirvana realm. Do you think we can threaten Senior Sima?" "That's true." The masked man lowered his guard and said, "However, according to the rules of the Eastern Wilderness, the two of you have to go through my inspection before you can enter." Chapter 2005. What's the use of that? Yi sneered in his heart. He felt that Chu Yang's defensive measures were too weak. "Brother, please." "Then, I'm sorry for the offense." The masked man strode over and was about to search Gong Sun Shou. However, he suddenly slapped Gong Sun Shou's head and knocked him unconscious. He wanted to kill Gong Sun Shou with one blow, but it was important that Gong Sun Shou was alive. Yi was shocked. However, before he could react, the masked man sneered. "Bastard, guess who I am?" The mask was removed, and the face hidden under the mask was imprinted in Yi Yu's eyes. He could not help but exclaim, "Nangong Xing, you're not dead." Who else could the masked man be other than Nangong Xing? "Yi, are you surprised?" Nangong Xing gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with hatred, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Yi was not a simple person. After a moment of shock, he said, "Nangong Xing, the person who killed Han Zhong was not me. It was Chu Yang." "Chu Yang?" Nangong Xing couldn't help but sneer. "You know very well. Do you think I'm going to ask who my enemy is? Then do you think your silver tongue is still useful?" Slap! Nangong Xing slapped Yi Yu and sent him flying 100 feet away. Yi Yu's teeth flew out of his mouth, and his face was deformed. Whoosh! He moved again and instantly appeared beside Yi Yu. "I'll only ask you once. Who's your master?" "Ah." Yi Yu could only let out a laugh before Nangong Xing grabbed his head and smashed it violently. Yi Yu was knocked unconscious. Then he restrained the two of them and kept them in his infinite space ring. After dealing with everything, Nangong Xing shouted at the space-time tunnel, "Senior Sima, I, Nangong Xing, have something to say. In my mind, I should be his enemy, not his friend." Nangong Xing shouted a few times, but there was no reply. Just as he was about to speak again, he suddenly heard a cold voice from above his head. "What do you want to say?" He was shocked. He looked up and felt the aura of the person above him. He could not take it anymore and knelt down. A sage. Sima Jian was a sage. Didn't they say he was dying? Nangong Xing had studied Chu Yang with Yi Yu before, so he knew everything about Chu Yang very well. Naturally, he also knew about Sima Jian's situation, but what he saw in front of him was completely different from the rumors. Not only was Sima Jian not dying, but he was also a sage. "Senior, can you retract your pressure?" Sima Jian glanced at Nangong Xing. "You are very surprised." "Of course I'm surprised." Nangong Xing wasn't just surprised, he was shocked to death. After that, he smiled bitterly. "I finally know why he is called Pit Chu. I also finally know why he will kill people whenever he is in a bad mood. He will rage at the headmasters of the 6 academies and provoke the leaders of the 6 academies." Nangong Xing immediately told Sima Jian about what happened not long ago. However, he realized that Sima Jian's expression did not change, and Chu Yang did not blame him at all. He could not help but ask, "Everything that Chu Yang did, was it your idea?" "No, Senior. Don't you think he's too radical?" Sima Jian's answer shocked Nangong Xing. "I don't have the right to teach him. I don't have the ability to tell if what he did was right or wrong. I can't comment on it." "Are you kidding?" Although it was rude, Nangong Xing could not help but blurt out, "Are you really his enemy?" Chapter 2006. Nangong Xing and Sima Jian didn't have much to talk about. He only told Sima Jian that his secret enemy might try to kill him, and then left. To a saint, Nangong Xing was just an ant. An ant didn't have the right to worry about a saint's safety. It was even more difficult to plot against a saint. To be exact, it was courting death. Even if Nangong Xing didn't come this time, Yi wouldn't have succeeded. He would only become a dead man. What happened next was a little bloody. Nangong Xing naturally didn't want to dirty the eyes of a saint. He was also very violent. When he interrogated Yu and Gong Sun Shou at the same time, he chopped off Gong Sun Shou's legs one by one in front of Yu. He let Yu see what had happened to him in the past and remember the pain of the past. The humiliation that was etched in his heart also made Gong Sun Shou feel intense pain. However, both Yu and Gong Sun Shou were very stubborn. They didn't say a word. Since the two of them were like this, what happened next would depend on whether Nangong Xing was more stubborn or Yu and Gong Sun Shou were more stubborn. Nangong Xing actually didn't care whether the two of them said anything or not. His secret enemy would jump out by himself because their opponent was Chu Yang, a person that even a saint couldn't criticize. Everything that Nangong Xing did was outside of the Six Academies Alliance tournament. Of course, no one knew about it, and no one paid attention to it. Yu and Gong Sun Shou's disappearance was naturally unknown to the people of the six great academies. The only ones who paid attention and knew were Chu Yang's secret enemies. During the competition, Chu Yang didn't notice any movement from his opponents, but he thought that it should be soon. However, it wasn't fast at all. As the competition went on, most of Chu Yang's opponents directly admitted defeat. A few people still wanted to try, but they were all swept off the stage by Chu Yang in a clean manner. No one doubted Chu Yang's strength anymore. A Transcendence Realm cultivator defeating a Nirvana Realm cultivator, and even a Death Realm cultivator. Such a shocking thing in the past suddenly wasn't very shocking. Such things happened too easily to Chu Yang. A Nirvana Realm cultivator defeated in one move. The Undead Spirit Realm expert was dealt with in a single move. The beginning was equal to the end, and it was resolved in an instant. Chu Yang could be said to have shown off his ability, but it didn't shock anyone. Perhaps it was because everyone was completely numb. Or perhaps it was because compared to him insulting the dean of the six great academies and provoking the leaders of the six great academies, these were trivial matters that were not even worth mentioning. However, through this, the people of the six great academies further confirmed that Chu Yang was a god among gods. Many people couldn't help but agree with the bullshit description of Chu Yang when it was mentioned again. At the very least, in the history of the six great academies, no one had ever been as arrogant and unbridled as Chu Yang in the six great academies alliance tournament and remained unscathed. Shang Wanlan did not have much interest in the six academies grand competition and directly gave up. Lu Yunpeng, Xia Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang weren't very interested either. They went up to show off their skills and then came back down. They clearly knew that the Six Academies Alliance tournament this time didn't belong to them, but to Chu Hang. It was already clear that Chu Hang wanted to pass the Six Academies Alliance tournament and make a name for himself in the East Continent. Who didn't know his intentions? Who didn't know that he wanted to prove that the people of the Eastern Wilderness were definitely not inferior to the people of the East Continent? Knowing was one thing, but who could stop him? In the first round of the Six Academies Alliance tournament, there was absolutely no one, let alone anyone who could see it. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Pit Chu had many enemies, and there were many of them. Chapter 2007. The parrot belonged to the East Continent, so of course it had to show off and continue. Its purpose had always been to not let Chu Hang be in the limelight alone. In the first few rounds of the competition, many people wanted to teach it a lesson, but they were all disappointed and were directly beaten by the parrot. Then everyone realized that the bird that was doing evil with Chu Hang was definitely not ordinary. However, the parrot soon encountered a dead spirit realm cultivator, and it was directly defeated. Fortunately, it was smart, or would directly become a dead bird instead of a broken one. Such an outcome made the parrot even more sad because its defeat highlighted Chu Hang's greatness. The fact that a Law Phase Realm cultivator could defeat a Death Spirit Realm cultivator was simply heaven-defying. It could be said that no one had ever done such a thing before. This was naturally a compliment. However, after people praised the parrot, they compared it to the parrot, saying, "Look at that lousy bird." Pit Chu's accomplice is very powerful, right? Its law phase is simply a supreme divine ability that is rarely seen in the world. However, the limit of that lousy bird is only the nirvana realm. Chu Hang stepped on it, and it was even more dazzling. The most infuriating thing was that Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang were adding insult to injury. Damn bird, the three of us pitted you. That's why you were so complacent. Now you should wake up. It didn't believe it and attacked the three of them in anger, but it was directly suppressed. It could only use its wings to draw circles on the ground. After a while, the first round of the 6 academies' joint competition was completely over. The competition came to an end. Countless students of the 6 academies had different feelings. Some were sad, some were happy, some were sighing, some were resentful, some were nervous, some were full of confidence, and some were bored and felt that the competition had nothing to do with them. Many emotions mixed together and filled the sky above the martial arts arena, as if interweaving the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of the world, interweaving the world of mortals, and in an instant, it seemed to be a vivid display of fame and fortune. Chu Yang felt all kinds of emotions. He also heard all kinds of sorrowful cries, many voices of frustration, despair, and resentment. In these voices, he saw life and death, saw all kinds of blood, saw all kinds of cruelty and mercilessness, and many feelings arose in his heart. The cruelty that so many people were suffering now made him feel even less guilty when he went on a rampage and killed people. This was because this was a world where only one of them lived and the other died. Of course, the main reason for all of this was the rules of the 6 Academies Alliance tournament. Arena battles were no different from life and death battles. There were no scruples at all, and most of them fought to the death. This led to the deaths of many students and created a lot of resentment, which made many people disheartened. Humans were like beasts. It was a tragedy, but those who were selected through blood and life and death were the best of the best. It would be great if I could meet Gong Sun Long in the next round. This 6 Academies Alliance tournament was indeed a good place to settle grudges. Chu Yang was not the only one who had such thoughts. Gong Sun Long also had such thoughts. With Chu Yang's current prestige, it would be a pity for Gong Sun Long to secretly kill Chu Yang. If he met Chu Yang in the competition and won, he would step on Chu Yang's bones and become the most dazzling person in this joint competition of the 6 academies. He would also be the most successful person. Gong Sun Long was still thinking about the divine fruit of doppelganger and the sacred embryo. He was eager to obtain both of these divine objects. The sacred embryo was in Chu Yang's hands. He did not think that Chu Yang had the ability to refine the sacred embryo. As long as he killed Chu Yang, he would be able to obtain it. As for the divine fruit of doppelganger, he would be able to obtain it in the Alliance tournament. Chapter 2008. After reporting Chu Yang's matter, did Qianzi have anything to say? Gong Sun Long asked the 2 people beside him who were of different sizes. One of them was fat, while the other was thin. The fat one looked blessed, while the thin one looked ferocious. Qianzi only asked if you had broken through to the undead spirit realm. Oomph. Gong Sun Long couldn't help but sneer. Does he think he can stump me? After we told him the truth, Qianzi asked if you had the confidence to kill Chu Yang if you met him in the competition. If you weren't, he would have chosen someone else. Gong Sun Long's face darkened. Does he think highly of this wild dog? At his level, he actually cares about a wild dog. He's just SOSO. He indeed thought so. If he had reached Qianzi's level, he definitely wouldn't have put Chu Yang in his eyes. The reason why he thought highly of Chu Yang was because he wasn't strong enough. He had to be careful. Qianzi said that he was basically sure that the person who ruined his plan in the eastern wilderness and stole the origin of the dimensional world he worked so hard to obtain was Chu Yang. Huh. After hearing this, Gong Sun Long laughed loudly. He was defeated long ago. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached that level yet. Otherwise, the wild dog wouldn't have had a chance. He also told us to tell young master that he should worry about what he should worry about and not do meaningless things. Gong Sunlong completely understood what he meant. Qianzi would take care of everything else, but he didn't want Gong Sunlong to fail to complete the task he gave him. If he couldn't complete it, the consequences would be severe. Go, give me a reply. Gong Sunlong's eyes suddenly became hazy as the divine bottle floated in them. The divine bottle couldn't be seen clearly, but as soon as it appeared, the surrounding light dimmed. Many rays of light were swallowed by his eyes, and his pupils immediately turned into a sun and a moon. They shone with blazing light, causing the surroundings to brighten up again. Hiss! The sound of a snake flicking its tongue suddenly came out from his eyes. Suddenly, the divine bottle in his eyes turned into a huge snake, pouncing forward and opening its mouth to swallow. In an instant, the fat and thin duo felt as if they had been swallowed into the snake's stomach. The entire world had been swallowed, and all they could feel was darkness. Tell him that he is the master now, but I will definitely be on equal footing with him in the future. When they heard Gong Sunlong's voice again, they realized that they were no longer next to Gong Sunlong. They had long since left the drill ground and were heading in Qianzi's direction. Shocked, they thought, "Young sir, did you finally gain enlightenment of King Heaven Devourer?" King Heaven Devourer was a legend in the Gong Sun clan, and they considered themselves to be the descendants of Grand Emperor Heaven Devourer. As for the Heaven Devouring Great Emperor, it was an extremely ancient title. Perhaps only a few old fogies in the heavenly soul world knew a thing or two about it. Only then did they know how terrifying the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was. Woo woo woo, dong dong dong. When the fat and thin duo left, the horns in the drill ground were blown once more, and the drums were beaten once more. The second round of the 6 Academies Alliance tournament had begun, and the intense battles were about to begin. The first match of the second round was Chu Yang. As soon as he entered the arena, a person flew up from the arena. Suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out. Immediately, a violent sound wave brazenly rushed over, causing the void to vibrate endlessly. Under the impact of the sound wave, Chu Yang's body began to tremble. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs began to tremble, as if his entire body was about to disintegrate. He's not coming with good intentions. Chapter 2009. Why? Behind Chu Yang, the people below the arena were very far away. But because of the impact of the violent sound wave, the people in that area seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. They all spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. They didn't care about their own injuries and hurriedly retreated. The design of the arena had already anticipated that the person fighting on the arena would be powerful enough to injure the people below the arena. Therefore, there was a sufficient distance between them. However, the people below the arena still suffered great injuries. The strength of the sound wave formed by the dragon's roar was evident. Of course, the sound wave caught people off guard. This was also one of the reasons. Chu Yang was also caught off guard. Who would have thought that this person would make a move before the competition had even started? He felt as if he was suddenly hit by a stick. However, his body only trembled slightly before everything calmed down. He didn't resonate with the sound wave, and it couldn't do anything to him. The sound wave formed by the dragon's roar was just like a gust of wind that swept past. How could the body of a god be ordinary? How could a mere sound wave do anything to him? Wild dog, you're not bad. You can withstand my sound wave. You're worthy for me to make a move. There was already a person standing in front of Chu Yang. He was wearing a red robe, with a slender figure and a handsome face. He had long blue hair, and his eyes were also blue, as deep as the blue sea. This person had a rolling, demonic aura, and his whole body was filled with a wild aura. He was like a beast in human form. His body was very muscular, and his muscles were like dragons. His body contained explosive power. He looked down at Chu Yang arrogantly. His chest was puffed out like a proud rooster. He was very arrogant and disdainful. What an arrogant plaything. You're even more arrogant than me. Chu Yang was even more displeased. The sound wave was 1, Wild Dog's insults were 2, and such an attitude was 3. Chu Yang had already sentenced this person to death. Chu Yang had spent a lot of effort to challenge the 6 great academies, as well as the 6 great academies' chancellor, and even the chancellor. Only then had he managed to make a name for himself. But now, there was actually someone who dared to provoke him and call him a wild dog. Based on that alone, there was no way he would let this person off the hook. If this person didn't die, the prestige he had built up in the eastern wilderness with great difficulty would crumble. Wild dog, I was just being polite when I said that you were worthy of my attack. Can't you understand my polite words? Seeing that I'm here, you still haven't scrammed down. Looks like you want to die. Chu Yang hadn't even said a word or done anything, but this person was already very dissatisfied. It was as if once he went up on stage, Chu Yang should pretend to be extremely frightened, pee his pants, and run off the stage in an extremely sorry state. Wild dog, how do you want to die? This person opened his mouth again. As for my name, you're just a dog. You don't deserve to know my name, understand? Where did this trash come from? Chu Yang finally opened his mouth. His killing intent had already been set. What did you say? With a rumble, this person was suddenly enraged. In an instant, the sound of stormy waves could be heard from his deep blue eyes. Above the stage, seawater also appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the stage seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. The stage was high up, but the seawater didn't flow downwards. It only concentrated on the stage. And this kind of situation happened just because he was angry. This person was like the king of the sea. Chapter 2010. Miscellaneous Fish. Chu Hang violated Yu Hualong's taboo. How dare he say that Yu Hualong is a miscellaneous fish? Yu Hualong is a fish in the sea. In the sea, he is the prey. To say that he is a small fish is a direct hit on his weak point. Those who said he was a miscellaneous fish are all dead. But now, this person is Chu Hang. That's not necessarily true. Yu Hualong is not simple. He had a great opportunity. He ate the dragon grass in the sea and even got the inner elixir of a dragon. Since then, he has made a great leap and is out of control. I'm afraid this battle is going to be interesting. On the stage, Yu Hualong flew into a rage. Everyone below the stage exclaimed in surprise. Then, Chu Yang revealed Yu Hualong's background one by one. After hearing this, Chu Yang smiled and said, "So you're really a salted fish. You think you're so great just because you've turned over a new leaf?" Taboo meeting. That's your taboo. Chu Hang was still the old Chu Hang. Even though he knew the origin of Yu Hualong and knew that Yu Hualong had evolved into a dragon, he didn't take him seriously at all. Wild dog, you're courting death. Even your woman can't save you. I will humiliate your woman first and then kill her. This is the price you have to pay for offending me. As Yu Hualong roared, it suddenly let out a violent dragon roar. It was much more violent than the first roar. It was completely different from the previous roar. Chu Yang still didn't move. Facing the sound wave, he still felt like facing a gust of wind. In fact, the impact of the first sound wave was even greater on him because he was caught off guard by the first sound wave. When the sound wave stopped, his expression was calm and confident, and it caused the crowd below the arena to exclaim in shock. A miscellaneous fish is a miscellaneous fish. You sneak attack again and again. What is it useful? Yu Hualong also involved Shangguan Lan in his insults. Chu Yang was angry. He sneered and said, "You'd better turn into a dragon. I want to eat dragon meat today." Roar. He also suddenly let out a loud roar. The roar of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, the high-pitched cry of a bird, and a deep and vigorous voice mixed together, forming an extremely violent sound wave that rushed out. The 4 images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise appeared within the sound waves. As soon as the might of the 4 symbols burst out, Yu Hualong was hit by the sound waves. With a thud, he dropped to his knees, kneeling before Chu Yang in full view of the crowd. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed the seawater red. "Trash! That's this marshal's blood. Don't spit all out. I'm going to use your blood to make duck blood curd later." Only Chu Yang's voice could be heard. Below the arena, there was a deathly silence. Yu Hualong's dragon roar couldn't do anything to Chu Hang at all. However, Chu Hang's sound waves directly made Yu Hualong kneel down and even severely injure him. It was obvious who was superior. Yu Hualong was powerful, but Chu Hang was more powerful. Wild dog, how dare you use the pressure of the Azure Dragon to oppress me? The Azure Dragon. The people below the arena understood the reason immediately. It was not that Yu Hualong was not powerful, but that he was instinctively afraid of the Azure Dragon, which gave Chu Yang a great advantage. Yu Hualong looked up and roared. The dragon roar was loud. With a thump, he sprang up abruptly. His entire body was sparkling and translucent. His bones could be clearly seen. There were 108 vertebrae in his spine, just like 108 dragons. The vertebrae were like 108 dragons that formed a huge dragon. There were also 108 ribs, which were extremely hard. There were 9 bones in each of his arms. With the support of these 9 bones, he could reach the 4 poles by raising his hands. There were also 9 bones in his legs. When he stepped on the seawater under his feet, it was as hard as an iron wall. Phew! When Yu Hualong inhaled, the air collapsed and thunder rumbled. When he exhaled, the fog spread and covered the entire arena. His body was so strong that it was amazing. This Yu Hualong is really powerful. In the end, he is already transformed into a dragon, okay? But he is only in the Nirvana realm. Chu Hang is only in the Transcendence realm. People were really shocked. Chu Yang's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, "Are you done showing off? You have shown enough that you are very strong. Is it over?" Chapter 2011. Boom! The seawater above the arena soared into the sky. Then, even more seawater surged out and gathered above Chu Yang's head. It was as if it had formed a vast ocean, and it was pressing down on him. Regardless of whether it was a fish or a dragon, they were best at manipulating water. When the fish-dragon transformation was used, its power was extremely great. With a rumbling sound, that vast ocean pressed down. When it was about to reach Chu Yang, the vast ocean that Yu Hualong had transformed into quickly converged into a water column that was less than half a meter in diameter and rushed down. The water column was like a heavenly soldier and a heavenly pillar. The fish transforming into a dragon turned the water column into a soldier. In the blink of an eye, it even condensed all the seawater within a radius of dozens of miles into a single column. It was amazing. It was no wonder that the audience was shocked by Yu Hualong's strength. Chu Yang stood motionless. He waited until the water droplet was about to fall on top of his head. Then he opened his hand and grabbed the water droplet. With a rumble, the water column changed again into the seawater within a radius of dozens of miles and floated above his head. Trash! Chu Yang was disdainful. How could Yu Hualong compare with him in terms of comprehension of the law of water? Putting everything else aside, the memory of the Ice Kuan's archenemy and the comprehension of the law of water from the Ice Kuan were enough to crush Yu Hualong 100 times. Both the Ice Kuan and the guy who had killed it were the Saint Realm. Their comprehension of the law of water was immeasurable. Yu Hualong's pupils suddenly shrank. In terms of comprehension of the law of water, he was not as good as that wild dog. Kill! Yu Hualong moved at a terrifying speed. With a rumble, countless sparks appeared around him. It was as if he had bumped into the air or collided with steel. Rolling thunder and lightning burst out. His physical body was really too strong, causing the eyes of the people in the arena to widen. Chu Yang's long hair was fluttering in the wind. He stretched out his hand and slapped down. It was as if he was swatting a fly. He swatted Yu Hualong down. Yu Hualong was swatted down by Chu Yang. With a rumble, all the seawater on the arena splashed up. There was no more seawater on the arena. Like a sledgehammer, Yu Hualong directly hammered through the arena. His body was stuffed under the arena by Chu Yang like a mouse being stuffed into a mouse hole. The arena rose and fell, and the earth shook. It seemed to tell everyone how great the power contained in the arena was. Chu Hang's body is so strong. It's amazing. That's Yu Hualong. Among the exclamations, someone from the Sky Academy said contemptuously, "Who doesn't know that Chu Hang's body is ridiculously strong? You is a dragon." Someone refuted. "That's Chu Hang. Yu Hualong is a freak. Chu Hang is a freak. He is the ancestor of freaks." The Sky Academy directly refuted these people and rendered them speechless. Chu Yang was indeed a freak among freaks. As for Yu Hualong, he was nothing compared to Chu Yang, who was a freak. Rumble. Yu Hualong rushed out of the arena, feeling extremely humiliated. Seeing this, Chu Yang said, "Trash, are you surprised by the result? Wild dog, go to hell. 9 dragons' divine senses, kill him." The area between Yu Hualong's eyebrows lit up. Dragon roars came out. It seemed to be a nest of 10,000 dragons. Immediately, his spiritual force formed 9 dragons and rushed out. They rushed to Chu Yang and were about to enter Chu Yang's spiritual world. Chapter 2012. It was too easy for Chu Yang to deal with Yu Hualong's spiritual attack, although Yu Hualong's spiritual attack was amazing. The crowd was in an uproar again. Chu Hang's spiritual power is also so strong. He is only in the Dharma characteristic realm, but the spiritual power of a warrior in the Nirvana realm is not as strong as his. What kind of spiritual power is this? Is it comparable to the spiritual power of a warrior in the Dead Soul realm? I'm afraid it's more than that. Yu Hualong's spiritual power is extremely strong. Although he is only in the Nirvana realm, his spiritual power has reached the Dead Soul realm. Such an inference made the crowd speechless. Chu Hang was only in the Dharma characteristic realm, but his spiritual power was already so terrifying. Competing with Chu Hang in spiritual power is courting death. He won't even know how he will die. Yu Hualong is the only one who thinks that Chu Hang's body is strong, but his spiritual power is not necessarily strong. In Chu Hang's words, he is really naive. I'm so moved. Everyone found that the Sky Academy seemed to have foresight when it came to Chu Yang. According to the Sky Academy's explanation, Chu King's physical body was so strong that he had no friends. His spiritual power was so strong that he had no enemies, and his magical arts were so heaven-defying that no one could do anything to him. That's right. Chu Hang is invincible. Invincible in the world, lonely as snow. This is one of the few true words Chu Hang said. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to see it. Chu Hang sang how invincible he was when he was lonely. That was a kind of peerless style, huh? The speaker burst into laughter himself. Hearing that, Chu Yang cupped his hands and said to the crowd, "Thank you for your compliments. My cultivation is still shallow. Please don't laugh at me. What you said made me a little embarrassed." He couldn't help touching his nose as if he was really embarrassed. His shameless look made the crowd speechless and burst into laughter. But Yu Hualong was completely irritated and kept roaring. Chu Yang was not happy with him and coldly scolded, "Trash, can't you see that I'm enjoying the supreme worship? Can't you be a little more sensible? Wild dog, it's too early for you to be happy. Die. Kacha." His joints grew and his body changed. The fish turned into a dragon's tail, and with a sweep, a black line appeared, as if cutting the void apart. Sharp claws grew on his hands and feet, and there were small dragons swimming around them. When he landed on the arena was cut open like tofu. The ring was unable to withstand such sharpness. Yu Hualong's body sank down as if he had fallen into a swamp. What kind of sharpness was this? The arena was specially designed for the great competition. It was incomparably tough, yet it was like tofu. Hiss! Many people couldn't help but gasp. They were even more shocked when they saw a red dragon coiling around Yu Hualong's body and emitting billowing murderous aura. After transforming into a half-dragon, Yu Hualong's strength was truly astonishing. Roar! With a loud dragon roar, Yu Hualong shot to Chu Yang's front like a bolt of lightning and roared, "Wild dog, how can a dog like you compare to the strength of the dragon's physical body?" Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Yu Hualong was stunned. Chu Yang didn't respond. His expression didn't change, either. He just raised his hand. His movement was not very fast, but it accurately intercepted Yu Hualong's sharp claws. The collision between the two was like a confrontation between two divine weapons. Endless sparks burst out, and even fire and thunder burst out. The fire was burning the sky. The power of thunder and lightning crackled and spread to the void. Chapter 2013. Bang! The moment of contact was extremely short. Like an egg hitting a rock, Yu Hualong's dragon claws were rolled back and broken. The bones in his arms were shattered and splashed everywhere. He was even thrown away by the tremendous force. His whole body was dripping with blood. Trash! 1 time, 3 times. Do you really think I have a good temper? Swish! Chu Yang moved and chased after Yu Hualong. His palm fell directly on Yu Hualong's head. With a thud, Yu Hualong was directly stuffed into the ground. In just a moment, Yu Hualong, who had turned into a half-dragon, was defeated in a flash. Once again, he was humiliated and stuffed into the ground without any strength to fight back, which was astonishing. Chu Yang was too strong. His attack was more powerful and overbearing than anyone had imagined. Is this Pit Chu? He crushed Yu Hualong effortlessly. I wonder what will happen when he gets angry. That's right. Previously, Chu Yang relied on the Thunder Tribulation. How could he have such a domineering and impactful attack? Even when he defeated his opponents with one move, everyone only knew that he was strong. Absolutely, it was not as visually shocking as it was now. A roar came from the ground. Immediately, with a loud bang, a huge dragon head rushed out. The dragon opened its mouth, which was as large as a mile, and bit at Chu Yang. With a crack, Chu Yang was directly swallowed. Wild dog, you forced me to show my true form and became my food. You should be proud of yourself. It was a red dragon, covered in red dragon scales. Endless fierce and violent aura surged out of the dragon's body. Its dragon claws were shining with frightening cold light, as if they were butcher's knives. Its body, which was hundreds of feet long, was hovering in the air, covering the sky and the sun. After Yu Hualong had completely transformed into a dragon, his physical body and mental strength were far superior. His continuous attacks were all easily neutralized by Chu Yang. Being scolded as a trash, he had no choice but to use his last trump card. The sudden change caused many people to be stupefied. The originally invincible Chu Yang had actually become something in the stomach in the blink of an eye. It was truly shocking, and they couldn't react for a moment. Chu Hang is just SOSO. What bullshit invincible? That's right. So what if he's capable? The more arrogant you are, the more miserable your death will be. This time, you'll become something in my stomach and come out as a pile of shit. Yu Hualong was overjoyed when he heard that. He was about to laugh out loud when his expression changed abruptly. My kingdom of dragons, Yu Hualong shouted. He had obtained the nation of the dragon from a saint-level true dragon. It was a world condensed by a true dragon. Everything he had now was based on the nation of the dragon. Wild dog, how dare you? With a crack, just like how he had swallowed Chu Yang also swallowed the nation of the dragon. Yu Hualong was dumbfounded by Chu Yang's ferocity. The wild dog had actually eaten the world condensed by a saint-level true dragon. Trash, you talk too much. Chu Yang raised his hand and made a suction force. Then, Yu Hualong's divine soul was directly taken out. Only then did Yu Hualong realize that it was not because he was capable. It was because the wild dog had deliberately let him swallow him so that he could seize the nation of the dragon and take his spirit. He has long known that I have the world condensed by the dragon sage in my body. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the thought appeared in Yu Hualong's mind. However, before he could finish, he died with his eyes wide open. The dragon body that was thousands of feet long fell to the ground. Chu Yang had appeared on the dragon's head without anyone noticing. Yu Hualong was killed just like that. There was dead silence at the scene. Logically speaking, the result was already decided when the demonic beast swallowed one person in one gulp. Especially since Yu Hualong had already evolved into a dragon, he could totally refine Chu Yang to death with his internal organs, even if Chu Yang was stronger. However, the truth was just the opposite. Chapter 2014. Seeing Chu Yang standing on the dragon's head, those who cheered just now trembled and fell to the ground directly. Chu Yang frowned with a cold face, but he didn't make a move in the end. Instead, he dragged Yu Hualong out of the arena. "Bastard, do you have a big pot?" "Yes, there must be, even if there isn't." The parrot shouted excitedly, which immediately stunned everyone. Then they realized what Chu Yang was going to do: eat dragon meat. Dragon meat in the sky and donkey meat on the ground. Dragon meat was absolutely delicious. The competition between the 6 academies continued, but many people's attention was still on Chu Yang's group. Soon, they smelled the fragrance of meat. Chu Yang's group soon began to eat heartily, which made people drool with envy. Savage. Why is he called Chu Hang? Just change his name to Savage Chu. Let me remind you, he has been called Savage Chu for a long time. By the way, let me remind you, he is not only Savage Chu, but also Demon King Chu, Shameless Chu, Poet Chu. After this reminder, many people immediately thought of Chu Yang's rich life, which made Chu Yang even more afraid. As the competition of the 6 academies went on, many amazing people showed up. Compared with Chu Yang, their brilliance suddenly dimmed, but didn't last long. Soon, Chu Yang realized that someone else had received the same treatment as him. One person was competing, and the rest of the matches were all suspended. Chu Yang naturally paid attention to such a person, but he didn't need to look at him to know who he was. Many people would tell him the answer. Is the Sky Academy going to defy the natural order in this competition? First, it was Chu Hang, and now Gong Sun Long. At first, Gong Sun Long did not attract much attention. However, he defeated all his opponents with only one move. He did not need a second move. This is simply unimaginable. When he was competing, the 6 academy heads personally came. Even the 6 academy heads praised him. That's why he attracted so much attention and received the same treatment as Chu Hang. Gong Sun Long's strength is real, but Chu Hang's strength is a bit exaggerated. When Chu Yang heard the name Gong Sun Long, he couldn't help but frown. It seems that Gong Sun Long is definitely not simple. He agreed with what was said in the discussion. He was indeed playing to the gallery to attract everyone's attention. This was easier, but it was different for Gong Sun Long. He had to take one step at a time to make a name for himself, which was much more difficult. Without a stunning enough performance, it was absolutely impossible to achieve this. Chu Yang could not help but pay attention to the situation on the arena. During this period of time, he had intended to feel the changes in the paradise. Even though the Dragon Saint was dead, it was impossible for Chu Yang to devour the Dragon Saint's world. However, under the suggestion of the Ice Koan, he tried it and found that it was easy to do. He even quickly refined the Dragon Saint's world and obtained the Saint's origin in the Dragon Saint's world. One could say that his 100 heavenly grotto heavens were truly extraordinary. After devouring the dragon world, 3 of them had transformed into godhood. In that case, he would have 5 of his grotto heavens transformed into godhoods. This meant that he reached the 5th level of the transcendence realm all of a sudden. The nourishment of the rules of the origin of saints was extremely rapid, and many new rules were derived at once. Chu Yang naturally had to comprehend the new rules. In addition, he realized a very serious problem. It was difficult for him to break through his realm. It was simply a dead end. If he didn't have a great opportunity, he might not be able to break through for the rest of his life. Chapter 2015. Zuyun Mountain of the Sky Demon Academy. While Chu Yang was thinking about this, the 2 contestants had already entered the arena. With a rumble, a youth with a vertical eye on his forehead fell from the sky, causing the arena to shake violently. Gong Sun Long of the Sky Sword Academy. Gong Sun Long's actions were calm and elegant, without the slightest trace of anger, and his face was extremely handsome. As soon as he spoke, it immediately caused many female students to scream endlessly, and many male students also cheered. It could be said that he was extremely popular with both men and women. He's much more likable than this marshal. Chu Yang temporarily gave up on breaking through and couldn't help but laugh. His fame was no less than Gong Sun Long's, but he was from the eastern wilderness. No matter how outstanding his performance was, it was impossible for him to receive such support. Apart from shocking and frightening people, it was wishful thinking for him to receive the love of the students of the 6 great academies. He wouldn't receive love, only fear and reverence. The fear and reverence of the students of the 6 great academies. This marshal won't receive the love and support of the East Continent, but I'll definitely receive the love and support of the Eastern Wilderness. One day, I'll make the entire East Continent tremble at my feet. I'll imprint fear and reverence into their bones and spread it through their bloodlines. Chuyang believed that day wouldn't be too far away. Gong Sun Long, thank you for your previous efforts. I, Zuyin Tian, want everything you worked so hard for. It's useless even if you have any objections. On the arena, the Sky Demon Academy student, Zuyin Tian, crossed his arms and sneered arrogantly. You have to give me what I want even if you don't want to. You can't resist. If you know what's good for you, admit defeat. If you're not careful, I'll kill you with one punch. Zuyin Mountain, who do you think you are? How dare you boast so shamelessly? You don't know what you're talking about. Is Gong Sun Long someone you have the right to be so arrogant? Who are you going to kill? Zuyin Mountain, you better not be killed by one punch later. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? It was completely different from when Chuyang was provoked. Countless people jumped out to protect Gong Sun Long, especially some female students. They were so agitated that they did not hesitate to insult and curse. Chuyang couldn't help but sigh at the gap between people. Gong Sun Long raised his hand, and the entire crowd fell silent. Chuyang would never be able to summon such power. Zuyin Shan, is that all you have? Gong Sun Long was very gentlemanly, and immediately caused the female students to scream. Ha! Zuyin Shan threw his head back and laughed. Gong Sun Long, don't think that you're so great just because your performance was amazing. It won't take much effort for me to deal with you. You talk too much. Gong Sun Long waved his sleeve and said, Please, humph. Zuyin Shan said coldly, Gong Sun Long, this is the result of you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I will send you to heaven right now, die. Zuyin Shan roared and threw a punch. There was no loud sound, and the power of this punch was restrained to the extreme. Demonic chi rolled out of the punch, and demonic patterns danced in the sky. It was as if thousands of demons were attacking Gong Sun Long. This punch was extremely powerful, and at the same time, it contained an extremely powerful Dao technique. The endless power and the shocking Dao technique complemented each other, and the power was raised to another level. Zuyin Shan was indeed arrogant, but his strength was also not low. His cultivation level was not low, at the 5th tier of the undead spirit realm. Roar! Gong Sun Long opened his mouth and roared. The heaven and earth shook, and the sound waves rushed out. The rolling demonic chi was silently wiped out like filth, and the demonic patterns in the sky collapsed inch by inch. Then, Zuyin Shan exploded with a bang, and blood and bones flew everywhere, like a blood-red demonic flower blooming. One roar, and you're dead. You're a 5th-tier undead spirit realm cultivator. Chapter 2016. Gong Sun Long's roar shattered Zuiyun Mountain, and the screams of the female students from the 6 great academies filled the sky. Seeing Gong Sun Long in the arena like a god with peerless grace and majesty, their screams became even more uncontrollable. Good. How dare this bullshit Zuiyun Mountain boast so shamelessly? He deserves to die. Gong Sun Long is not someone he can provoke. He wants to trample on Gong Sun Long to make a name for himself. He's simply courting death. What do you mean by wishful thinking? Zuiyun Mountain is a classic example. And I should take this as a lesson. The dignity of someone like Gong Sun Long is absolutely inviolable. It was not just the female students of the 6 great academies. Many of the male students of the 6 great academies respected Gong Sun Long even more. They kept belittling Zuiyun Mountain. It was a completely one-sided situation. It was as if Gong Sun Long had killed an unpardonable villain. Amidst the cheers, Gong Sun Long suddenly turned around. With a swoosh, when his gaze met Chu Yang's, all the voices immediately disappeared. With Gong Sun Long's strength, how could he not feel that Chu Yang was watching him? At this moment, Chu Yang was still holding a piece of dragon meat in his hand and oil in his hand. Compared to the elegant and majestic Gong Sun Long, he immediately paled in comparison. His appearance and aura were completely inferior. Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long looked at each other. They did not say anything, but the atmosphere in the arena was extremely tense. It was as if the two of them were already in a life and death battle, and the outcome was about to be decided. The parrot, Lu Yunpeng, and the others beside Chu Yang also stopped what they were doing and looked at the two of them facing each other. However, until the end, the two of them did not say anything. Gong Sun Long turned around and left. As his figure spread out, he left the arena very elegantly and disappeared in an instant. Chu Yang, on the other hand, ate the dragon meat in big bites under everyone's gaze. During this process, nothing seemed to have happened. It was as if what should have happened had already happened. Everyone knew that if the two of them were to meet, it would definitely cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. A world-shaking battle would erupt. There was no doubt about this. Chu Yang was definitely the most dazzling star in the competition of the 6 academies. He made everyone pale in comparison and attracted everyone's attention, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. Gong Sun Long came later, but no one could hide his brilliance and elegance. He was the star that could be compared to Chu Yang. If one of them was a dragon, then the other was a tiger. The dragon and the tiger would fight. The dragon and the tiger, the wind and the clouds. As the pressure dragon Sun Long's named Sun Long, peoples and named sun god Sun Long, it is said that Chu Kang and Gong Sun Long are enemies. If the two of them meet in the grand competition, they will definitely fight to the death. Before Chu Feng came to the Eastern Wilderness, his elder brother went to the Sky Academy and met Gong Sun Long. Gong Sun Long cut off one of his arms. S Long Long's. S his. T Long. S is T's is. Old. That's not all. You don't know, right? When Chu Hang entered the Sky Academy, he was mocked and ridiculed by countless people. They called him a wild dog, including Gong Sun Long's 2 younger brothers. Gong Sun Long's 2 younger brothers were both killed by Chu Hang. Hearing such news, many people could not help but be shocked. So, the feud between the two of them is huge. How else could it be said that when the two of them meet, it will definitely be a big explosion? Chapter 2017. Suddenly, someone said, "Do you think the battle between Chu Hang and Gong Sun Long is the battle between the Eastern Wilderness and the East Continent?" Chu Hang represents the Eastern Wilderness, and Gong Sun Long represents the East Continent. Someone couldn't help but gasp. If that's the case, then the impact of this battle will be huge. That's right. If Chu Hang wins, the East Continent will be trampled under his feet. We won't have a right to laugh at the Eastern Wilderness. On the other hand, if Gong Sun Long wins, the Eastern Wilderness will lose its confidence. It'll be almost impossible for them to make a comeback. That's right. How many people like Chu Hang have appeared in the Eastern Wilderness for thousands of years? It's already a blessing from the heavens for the Eastern Wilderness to have such a person. Chu Hang alone is enough to suppress the East Continent. If a few more people like him come, it'll be even worse. The battle between Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long had already shocked everyone. When they thought of this, it was even more shocking. It could be said that the battle between the two was completely different. Whether it was Chu Yang or Gong Sun Long, both of them had unknowingly shouldered a great mission and a heavy honor. Chu Yang wasn't the only one with ears. Cui Xinho's trio, Lu Yunping's trio, the parrot, and Shang Wanlan all had ears. If Chu Yang could hear it, then so could they. Shang Wanlan didn't say anything. She didn't feel the need to say anything. She didn't need to say anything. She believed that this wouldn't be a problem for Chu Yang. If she expressed her worry, she would only burden Chu Yang. "Chu Hang, are you feeling pressure?" While Cui Xinho and the other two were worried, Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang smiled brilliantly. They even wanted to thank Gong Sunlong, because it was Gong Sunlong who allowed them to see Chu Yang under pressure. In particular, the significance of this battle was very important, so the pressure on Chu Yang was even greater. He. Xiong Longxiang used to be from the Qinquan party and was also from the East Continent. At this moment, he smiled and said, Chu Hang, do you know about the Gongsun family? Do you know about the Gongsun family's sacred artifact, the yin-yang four symbols vase? Let me tell you something to be happy about. Gongsun Long's martial spirit is the yin-yang four symbols vase, which is a perfect match for the Gongsun family's saint artifact. Yin-yang vase of four symbols? When Chu Yang heard these words again, he suddenly felt very distant. He had once used a replica of the yin-yang four symbols vase in the eastern wilderness. He had long since learned from his second brother, the Saint Child, that Gong Sunlong's martial soul was the yin-yang four symbols vase. It's dragged on for too long. It's time to settle this grudge. Chu Yang muttered to himself. You don't seem surprised at all, and you don't seem surprised at all? Xiong Longxiang was slightly surprised. He thought that Chu Yang probably didn't know about the power of the yin-yang four symbols vase, so he immediately said, Chu Hang, let me remind you. The yin-yang four symbols vase is extremely amazing. It could devour and refine anything. Once it's sucked into the yin-yang four symbols vase, hee. Xiong, what the hell are you hee for? The parrot directly scolded. Are you proud to know a little bit of common sense? You're just an idiot with no eyesight. Didn't you notice that Chu Hang already knew about it? Xiong Longxiang was stunned. Then he laughed and thought to himself, I worried for nothing. Who is Chu Hang? The ancestor of deceiving others? He should have already schemed against his enemy. How could he not know about Gong Sunlong's background? Chapter 2018. Chu Hang, how do you feel now? This was what the two were most concerned about. Of course, it was also what Xiong Longxiang was concerned about. At that moment, three pairs of eyes looked at Chu Yang with a playful smile on their faces. As such, it was extremely interesting for them. What kind of behavior would Pit Chu have when facing pressure? What kind of reaction would he have? The three of them were so curious that they were about to die. What do you guys think? The corners of Chu Yang's mouth curved into an arc. How could he not see through these three people's wicked interests? However, he said the answer himself. Good, very good. The stronger Gong Sunlong is the better. Only by defeating him can we defeat the East Continent and crush their arrogance. From then on, I will make them unable to be arrogant. This was one good thing. The other good thing was that the stronger Gong Sunlong was, the more satisfying it would be to kill a powerful enemy. Chu Yang looked into the distance with an expectant look in his eyes. Lu Yunpeng and the other two looked at each other and then said with a wry smile, We should have thought of this earlier. That's right. Xiao Wanji nodded and said, How many people can pressure Chu Hang? If there aren't a few Gong Sunlongs, he will die of loneliness. He will not only die of loneliness. Xiong Longxiang smiled and said, He will be annoyed to death by women. There are so many women in the world. If they all gather around him and keep chattering, I'm sure he won't be able to stand it. Ha! Hearing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh loudly. Then he sang about how loneliness was invincible, which made Lu Yunpeng and the others burst into laughter. Perhaps because of Chu Yang and the others' laughter, the competition of the 6 academies progressed very quickly. The opponents that Chu Yang and Gong Sunlong encountered became stronger and stronger, but they were still unstoppable. No one could stop them. During this process, unknowingly, the top 32 of the 6 Academies Alliance tournament had been decided. Moreover, the top 16 were already in the process of being chosen from these 32 people. Among the top 32, Chu Yang only had one battle. If he defeated one person and eliminated that person, he would enter the top 16. In the top 32 competition, Chu Yang met a few familiar faces. Chun Burang, Long Xiaojun, Su Yiling, and Feng Polong. He had also seen the new Wanxiang child Li Chou from the Wanxiang Institute and the rumored Jing Wuming from the Heavenly Devil Institute. Other than these people, Chu Yong did not recognize anyone else. The selection of the top 32 opponents was done by drawing lots. In order to ensure fairness, the headmasters of the 6 academies would jointly draw lots. Each of them would draw a slot, and this process would continue until the end. The first match of the top 32 was announced by the Dean of the Sky Demon Academy. He stood on the arena and announced loudly, "The first match, Chu Yong from the number 1 Sky Academy versus Feng Polong from the number 6 Sky Sword Academy." Haha, Chu Heng, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As soon as the Dean of the Sky Demon Academy finished speaking, Feng Polong laughed loudly. He could not wait to fly onto the arena and point his sword at Chu Yong. "Chu Heng, come and let Grandpa see how good your swordsmanship is." Boom! There was an uproar below the arena. Many people had just realized that Chu Yong had never used a sword in the competition. What he was best at was swordsmanship. This was a bit shocking. It meant that Chu Yong had not used his true strength yet, but he had easily entered the top 32. Even Gong Sunlong was shocked. He had completely overlooked this point. When Chu Yong was in the Sky Academy, his most shocking thing was his swordsmanship. "I was very unhappy when I heard your voice." Chapter 2019. Feng Polong was naturally clear about Chu Yang's purpose, so his actions were to make things difficult for Chu Yong. Chu Heng, of course, would not have a good temper. Of course, this was based on the fact that Feng Polong thought highly of him. "Chu Heng, can you look at me differently? I am a man." As soon as Feng Polong said this, there was an uproar below the stage. They were really surprised by Feng Polong's words. "It seems that you are very clear." Chu Yong smiled. He wanted to win, and defeating Feng Polong was naturally one of his goals. Of course, he was not angry, but he was very happy with Feng Polong's attitude. "I am very clear." Feng Polong shook his head and denied. "Then you want me to make it clear?" Chu Yong smiled, even more mockingly and happily. "It's better if you don't open your mouth." Feng Polong was so scared that he almost jumped up. This made the people below the stage even more surprised. What was going on with Feng Polong? People realized that Feng Polong seemed to have a good relationship with Chu Yong. "It seems that you want to thoroughly experience the complete set meal." Chu Yong smiled evilly. Feng Polong endured thousands of dikes, thousands of dikes, thousands of dikes, thousands of dikes, tens of thousands of dikes, and still came out. His eyes were as big as a bull's, and he roared, "Chu Heng, can you give me something new? What's with that trick?" "Hee hee." Chu Yong smiled and said, "It seems that this amount is just right for you, no more, no less." There is no room for discussion. Chu Yong was as cunning as a ghost. Feng Polong completely gave up. "What do you think?" "Damn it." Feng Polong cursed in his heart. This damn sentence came again. "Chu Heng, I don't think you can beat me in swordsmanship." His expression suddenly changed, and he became confident. He also became fierce, and his previous cowardice completely disappeared. He was like a sword that had not been unsheathed for a long time. Now that he had unsheathed his sword, he was ready to kill and drink blood. Shoo! Shoo! All of a sudden, the void trembled as numerous illusory swords appeared. In the blink of an eye, they filled the sky, shuttling back and forth. Sword energy and flying swords filled the air, making them look like stars in the sky. That place seemed to have transformed into a world of swords in an instant. "Brother Tooba, your sky sword's Feng Polong swordsmanship is amazing. Even the Central Prefecture, it's at least average or even better." In the enclosed spectator stand, the East Continent inspector couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when he saw this. Feng Polong's swordsmanship was so high that he felt that Feng Polong was an average person even when compared to those geniuses in Central State. Even he couldn't compare. If he had Feng Polong's talent, he wouldn't be a mere East Continent inspector. Among the many martial arts, the swordsmanship could be said to be extremely powerful in terms of offensive power. In the same realm, a swordsman's strength was usually a level higher. "Brother Sun, you're too kind," the Sky Sword Academy leader said politely. "He can only show off in the East Continent, but I'm afraid he can't do that." Judging from his tone just now, he probably feels that he's not as good as Chu Yong. That's his true nature. The East Continent inspector said with a smile. He doesn't discriminate against the people of the Eastern Wilderness, so he probably won't be afraid of the people of Central State. He's definitely a talent. That's right. The leaders of the other 5 academies nodded when they heard this, but their smiles soon disappeared. Because if that was the case, the other students of the 6 academies wouldn't be able to stand it. Many students could order Chu Yang around and call him a wild dog. They felt that they were superior and that it was only natural. With such a mindset, many of these students would probably feel that it was only natural when they arrived in Central State and faced the high and mighty people of Central State. Even the East Continent inspector was full of praise for Feng Polong, let alone the audience. When they saw Feng Polong erupt, they were already in an uproar. Oh my God, Feng Polong hasn't even made a move yet, and such an amazing phenomenon has already appeared. Can he control 1,000 swords? Or even 10,000 swords at the same time? Chapter 2020. When Feng Polong heard the exclamations, he could not help but feel proud. He said to Chu Yang, "Chu Hang, did you see that? I'm a genius." At the same time, he became more confident and looked forward to this battle even more. Originally, when they were in the Seven Wheels Demon Realm, he wanted to challenge Chu Yang to a battle. Chu Yang would naturally agree to this battle. He was looking forward to Chu Yang's sword skills and Chu Yang's sword principle. In terms of sword principle, there were not many people who could make him think highly of, and there were even fewer people who could make Zhang Jian think highly of. However, even Zhang Jian was very wary of Chu Yang. This was purely referring to sword principle, and it had nothing to do with strength, realm, or other means. In terms of all means, even though Zhang Jian was a holy disciple and had the cultivation of a semi-saint, he might not be able to kill Chu Yang. Chu Yang had too many means. For example, the lightning tribulation was a very good means for Chu Yang, but Chu Yang could not use it during the competition. Zhang Jian was envious of this battle. Feng Polong's realm was not high, and he was only at the 3rd level of the undead spirit realm. This was also something that Feng Polong was particularly proud of. He had deliberately suppressed his realm so that he could compete with Chu Yang in sword principle when their strength was equal. Only when their strengths were equal could Chu Yang's swordsmanship be displayed to the fullest. Unfortunately, his realm was still a little higher. Fortunately, Chu Yang's strength was definitely not weak, and he should be able to make up for the difference in realm. Chu Yang did not say anything. He knew that Feng Polong was looking forward to this battle, especially since this was a battle that he had to win. He had to go all out, and this made Feng Polong look forward to it even more. Chu Yang, let me see how amazing your strength in sword principle is. All of Feng Polong's playful expression disappeared and became incomparably austere. His opponent was Chu Yang. He needed to not hold back at all. He could not be careless. He adjusted himself to his best condition. This battle was not a joke. He would never treat his sword Dao, as a joke, and he would never treat his life as a joke. Master, did you feel the change in him? Chu Yang was stunned when the Ice Kuan suddenly spoke. He naturally noticed Feng Polong's seriousness and the incomparably austere aura. Master, you're always so cheeky. Even if you win, the people of the East Continent will only remember your smile and not your majesty. Chu Yang immediately understood that if a country's leader was always smiling, the country would be looked down upon by other countries because of this leader. A country's leader should act like a leader, because every word and action of his represented his country and his people. How could he not be decent and make people laugh? He had always neglected such an important issue. To a certain extent, he had completely represented the Eastern Wilderness. All of his outrageous behavior was actually discrediting the Eastern Wilderness. I hope it's not too late for me to realize it, Chu Yang said in his heart. He also understood why all of this had happened. He had not yet adapted to the identity of the leader of the Eastern Wilderness. He had not yet grown up. He was still a child. It was like a man who became a father at a young age, but continued to live in the same way as before. He did not realize that he had become a husband and a father. But the moment this man became a father, he had already decided that he could no longer stay in the same position. He had to grow up and step into a new and extremely strange stage from the current stage. Please. Chuyang thought about all kinds of things in his mind. The frivolous expression completely disappeared. Perhaps he was not familiar with it, but he was working hard in this direction. Chapter 2021. Please. Feng Polong was not the slightest bit surprised by Chu Yang's change. He was not the only one who was serious about the sword and the way of the sword. Zhang Jian was also serious, and so was Chu Yang. Feng Polong believed that every outstanding swordsman was the same. On the arena, the two were facing each other in an invisible confrontation. Their long hair fluttered without wind, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme in an instant. Perhaps in the next moment, the outcome would be decided, and someone would die. A battle between swordsmen was often the most dangerous. At this moment, everyone could not help but hold their breaths, waiting for that moment to come. A clanging sound suddenly rang out, scaring everyone. Soon after, they realized that it was a false alarm. Chu Yang had already unsheathed the sword of contradiction in his hand and pointed it straight at Feng Polong. It was extremely straight, as if it was pointing straight at his heart. Feng Pekong also had a sword in his hand, but the difference was that behind him there were 999 long swords scattered like stars in the sky, like a restless army. One person controlling 1,000 swords. This was Feng Polong's way of the sword. His sword was endless, and quantity was king. The two of them unsheathed their swords, and in an instant, sword chi swept out in all directions. The sky was filled with swords, and there were swords everywhere. Everything had turned into swords. The people below the arena only felt that in the blink of an eye, they were already in a mountain of swords, and in the next moment, their flesh would be cut by the sharp blades. Blood would spurt out, and they would immediately die. Everyone felt that death was extremely close at this moment, and they even heard the footsteps of the Grim Reaper. Tap, tap, tap. This seemed to be the footsteps of the Grim Reaper, the sound of time passing, or the sound of a countdown. Such sounds appeared in everyone's perception, and when the third footsteps sounded, Chu Yang moved. Feng Polong also moved. The two of them moved at the same time, without the slightest difference. Chu Yang's sword didn't have any fancy moves or techniques. It was just a straight stab, but it made people feel like they were eating with chopsticks, cutting grass with a sickle, or chopping trees with an axe. It was as it should be. The most basic and essential thing was completely displayed in front of them. This sword also seemed to be expounding some kind of eternal principle. Feng Polong, on the other hand, stabbed out with his sword. In an instant, it was as if he had displayed 1,000 different sword techniques. Different people would see different sword techniques. The 999 swords behind him whistled through the air like 10,000 swords returning to their master. They carried boundless might as they pierced towards Chu Yang. Dang, dang, dang. Chu Yang's sword was like an overlord slaughtering his way into the enemy. Feng Polong's 99 swords were sent flying the moment they came into contact with Chu Yang's sword. Feng Polong displayed 1,000 sword techniques in his hands, but they seemed to be decorations. His extremely weak defense was penetrated directly. The overlord, alone on his horse, slaughtered his way into an army of thousands of men and horses. No one could rival him, and no one could stop him. He instantly took the head of the general. Chu Yang's sword was such a sword. His sword had already stopped at Feng Polong's throat. The sword aura swallowed and fell on Feng Polong's throat. It was clearly visible that goosebumps had already appeared there. It started in the blink of an eye and ended in the blink of an eye. Everything was as expected. The outcome was decided in an instant, but the difference was that neither Chu Yang nor Feng Polong had died. This could only show how amazing Chu Yang was. In such a dangerous battle between swordsmen, he completely suppressed Feng Polong and completely eliminated the so-called danger. Chapter 2022. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Heaven and earth seemed to be holding their breath. Ew. Feng Polong finally reacted and looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. You admit it. Chu Yang withdrew his sword and cupped his fist. At this time, Feng Polong finally realized that something was wrong. Shouldn't Chu Hang say a few words or make him jump with sarcasm? Why did it end like this? He didn't guess the process, let alone the ending. Feng Polong was not used to such a Chu Yang. What kind of swordsmanship is this? After saying such a sentence, he completely returned to his original state. Chu Hang, what happened to the agreement? Where is your sword of freedom? Your sword of freedom. You bastard, you're scheming against me. You're digging a hole for me. What a big hole. The more Feng Polong thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. His neck thickened as he roared. I'm such an idiot. I fell into the hole you dug and thought I was proud of myself. It wasn't until a bastard like you started to fill the hole and wanted to bury me that I realized it. I've lost all my face this time. I might as well be stripped naked and hung up to dry under the sun. Feng Polong was really hurt. Perhaps he was used to seeing the parrot howling, so he also howled like a wolf. Sword of freedom, sword of freedom. Chu Yang was also a little confused by Feng Polong's words. His face showed a puzzled look. He didn't seem to have such a swordsmanship. Chu Hang, you are still pretending to be innocent to cover up your despicable shamelessness. Feng Polong was even more upset. He directly said Chu Yang's evil nature. Can you make it clearer? Chu Yang didn't have a cheeky smile on his face. Feng Polong couldn't hold it in any longer. Chu Hang, he roared. You insulted the dean and even the leader of the 6 great academies. You challenged the dignity of the world and looked down on everything in the world. Weren't you practicing the sword of freedom and freedom? Don't you want to cut off all kinds of restraints? Do you really think I don't know anything? Let me tell you, Chu Hang, don't go too far. I'm going to turn hostile. So that's how it is. So be it then. Chu Yang thought about it for a moment. It did make sense, and there was indeed a common reason. He challenged all authority, despised all, and had no misgivings. Although he was happy and angry, wasn't that a type of freedom, a temporary freedom? What do you mean by that? That's the truth. Feng Polong's uneasiness made everyone suddenly understand. Chu Yang's actions earlier were not because he was crazy, but because he was practicing his swordsmanship. How shocking, how unexpected. He had deceived everyone. At this moment, Gong Suanlong's pupils shrank. For the first time, he didn't have complete confidence. It was also the first time he was nervous. The pressure in his heart pressed down on every one of his nerves. He only saw that Chu Yang wanted to establish the dignity of the Eastern Wilderness. He didn't see this layer at all, and this layer was the most important. If Chu Yang's swordsmanship was strong enough, wouldn't it be easy for him to establish his dignity? Why would he pay such a huge price and offend the leaders of the 6 great academies? He had laughed at Chu Yang's unwise action. However, after seeing his true colors, he realized that he was a fool. He really couldn't stay calm because Chu Yang's scheme was too big. Sword of freedom. Sword of freedom. Chapter 2023. The Sword of Freedom. The Sword of Freedom. Lu Yunpeng was touched the most. His grandfather, Sage Peng's Peng Ming formula, was seeking freedom and transcendence. Chu Yang said that his grandfather's standard was too high, so it was difficult to transcend. It seemed that this was not a lie. Chu Yang really thought so and was doing so. Unbeknownst to everyone, Chu Yang wanted to transcend with the 6 courtyard masters, the leaders, and the East Continent as the standard to obtain relative freedom and freedom. His cheeky smile is really a big illusion, fooling everyone. Lu Yunpeng couldn't help but say such a sentence. He completely agreed with Feng Polong's point of view. Isn't that so? Wouldn't a cheeky person often not be valued by others? Xiao Wanjin couldn't help but sigh. Previously, he also saw through Chu Yang's intentions. He could only sigh. Chu Hang is really Chu Hang. Unknowingly, he dug a big hole and fell into it without knowing it. Brother Goat, Shang Wanlan was also misled, and Xiao Guai was also misled. At this moment, They seemed to have realized Chu Yang's true colors. The parrot was also misled. It was very speechless. It turned out that it was also messing around, but the gap between it and Chu Yang was so big. In the midst of messing around, Chu Hang was actually doing something serious. He was really superior to 100 or 10,000 parrots. This divine bird must be more sophisticated in the future. It looked at the shocked reaction of the crowd and felt that it had found a bright road, and this was the real test. Not to mention them, in the closed stands, the inspector of the East Continent and the leaders of the Sixth Courtyard were also shocked at this moment. They had never thought of this. Therefore, in an instant, their evaluation of Chu Yang was infinitely improved. There was no longer any sneer in their hearts. They even reminded themselves that in the future, they should never be deceived by Chu Yang's illusion. The ice koan was the most speechless one. It was speechless to the extreme. It had just reminded Chu Yang that it was not right to be cheeky, but now it had been slapped in the face. As expected of my master, he can actually explain it in such a way with such a cheeky smile. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. Ice koan was completely defeated by reality and Chu Yang. He changed his words and said, "Master, please continue to smile." Chu Yang just shook his head. The ice koan was right. Even if his mischievous smile was misunderstood, how could he be dignified if he always had a mischievous smile on his face? No matter how great the shock was, with the passage of time, everything would be completely erased by his mischievous smile. "Chu Hang, why don't you say something? Why don't you fart?" Feng Polong was still pursuing the matter. He was truly sullen. He had been looking forward to this battle, but it had ended just like that. You haven't reached that level yet. Of course, Chu Yang did not tell the truth. He needed people to be so shocked to ensure his dignity. Feng Polong was stunned on the spot. Then, the excitement on his face and all kinds of funny expressions disappeared. He did not even know that Chu Yang had walked out of the arena. It was not until the next match was about to continue that someone woke him up that he came back to his senses. He immediately went to Zhang Jian's side and asked, "What sword technique was that?" "The essence of the sword, the wound of the sword." After Zhang Jian finished speaking, he spoke again. "Indeed, you haven't reached that level. I've just touched it. He can already fight with me." Chapter 2024. That's why it's even more shocking. Zhang Jian's voice was filled with excitement. If you intend to be carefree, you won't be carefree. If you don't intend to be carefree, you'll be carefree instead. It's not that he doesn't know that he's practicing the sword, but he deliberately forgot that he's practicing the sword and completely integrated the sword into his body. Being a person and doing things is to practice the sword. Being a person and doing things is to practice the sword. Feng Polong was completely silent. After a long time, he said, "I'm indeed not as good as him. To be precise, I'm far from him. I'm also not as good as him. He's the lighthouse in front of us." Zhang Jian's words shocked Feng Polong. He could not accept it at all, but in the end he calmed down. This was because this was the truth. Zhang Jian had obtained great inspiration and enlightenment from Chu Yang. His swordsmanship would definitely improve. What he was curious about was, he practices the sword by being a person and doing things. He doesn't even realize it. Can he perform that kind of sword technique? Who knows? Zhang Jian's eyes suddenly became confused. Maybe he's the only one who knows, and he should be able to do it. At least it makes sense. That's why I said that he's our lighthouse. The sages of swordsmanship were naturally lighthouses, but in the end, it was impossible for them to be as clear as Chu Yang. To Zhang Jian, Chu Yang was a real lighthouse. If Chu Yang knew about this, he would definitely divert his attention and introduce Zhang Jian to Xiao Chuyu, so that the two of them, who were almost the same, would be confused. Chu Yang left the arena and heard the discussions of the crowd. He finally could not help but laugh in his heart. Is this the legendary illusion of the Chu clan? Everything is an illusion. Everything is an illusion. No wonder those people from the Sky Academy were so heartbroken. The so-called illusion of the Chu clan was so difficult to guard against. I really only saw Chu Hang playing a prank. I didn't see anything else, let alone think of this. Chu Hang, Chu Hang. So this is Chu Hang. That's why I said it was strange. There are no typical cases. So how did he get such a nickname? Just now, I also realized that the two words Chu Hang were so profound and so vivid. However, the people of the Sky Academy were confused. Why didn't we know that the illusion of the Chu clan could be understood in this way? At this moment, many people in the Sky Academy felt that their cultivation was too shallow and far from enough. They thought that they had already comprehended the Chu clan's illusion, but that was bullshit. At this moment, they felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. Naturally, this could not be spread out. As for the reason, only they knew. The 6 academies' combined tournament continued. After the top 16 were announced, some people had already withdrawn from the tournament before it even began. I quit. It was a woman's voice, Sue Ealing. In an instant, everyone's gazes fell on Sue Ealing. Even Chu Yang was a little surprised and couldn't help but look at Sue Ealing. You don't have to be surprised. I'm not destined to be the main character in this 6 academies' grand competition. After that, Sue Ealing left with a swish, and her beautiful figure disappeared into the crowd. People were a little surprised, but as Sue Ealing said, the main character in this 6 academies' grand competition was indeed not her, but Chu Yang. Even if it was not Chu Yang, it should be Gong Sun Long. Why should she risk her life for a slim hope? This was a rational choice. However, only Sue Ealing withdrew from the top 16. The others seemed to not want to give up and want to try again. Perhaps many of them still had the idea that maybe they could defeat Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long. As a result, there were only 15 people in the top 16, and one person would be given a bye. Everyone was very concerned about who would be given a bye, and the lucky one soon came out, Gong Sun Long. It was Gong Sun Long who was given a bye. Such a result caused an uproar again, because it was very advantageous for Gong Sun Long. He could not only preserve his physical strength, but also preserve his strength to enter the next round, and he would be exposed less. Chapter 2025. Among the top 16, Chu Yang only knew Chun Burang, Long Xiaojun, and Long Xiaojun from the Heaven Sword Academy. He did not know Li Chou from the Nature Academy. The rest of the top 16 included Jing Wuming and Bo Honglai from the Heaven Devil Academy, Zhang Xinran from the Divine Firmament Academy, and Enai Qingda from the Heaven Sword Academy. Each of the 6 academies had its own seat, but the Heaven Sword Academy occupied most of the seats. Such a result indirectly showed that the Sky Academy was much stronger than the other 5 academies. After the first 3 matches of the top 16, it was finally Chu Yang's turn to fight in the 4th match. In the 4th match of the top 16, Chu Yang from the Heaven Sword Academy, please come to the arena. When the referee called out Chu Yang's name, the whole arena was in an uproar. The noise was like stormy waves in the ocean, constantly rising and falling. Immediately, countless eyes fell on Chu Yang. In the 6 academies alliance competition, no one could compare to this kind of momentum and attention. Even Gong Sun Long could not compare. Before, Gong Sun Long could be compared with Chu Yang. However, after the fight between Chu Yang and Feng Po Long, the so-called illusion of the Chu clan appeared. Therefore, Gong Sun Long was no match for Chu Yang. From this point of view, it completely proved that the Ice Kuan's criticism of Chu Yang was completely correct. If Chu Yang was not joking around, Gong Sun Long's momentum would not be as great as Chu Yang's. Bo Honglai from the Heaven Devil Academy, please come to the arena. As soon as the referee finished speaking, he immediately retreated far away. With a swoosh, accompanied by the sound of the air breaking, a young man with an obvious mole on his right cheek unfolded his body and landed in the arena in an extremely elegant manner. With a loud bang, Bo Honglai landed heavily on the arena. However, he was very vigilant and careful. He kept a distance from Chu Yang. Then, he stared at Chu Yang with a murderous look in his eyes. Demonic qi surged around him, and the flesh on his face wriggled strangely, as if it wasn't his own flesh and blood, but the flesh and blood of some other living being that had fused with it. So this is Bo Honglai, Chu Yang's next opponent. He looks extraordinary. 7th level of the life realm. If he takes a few more steps forward, he might become a half-sage. If we're only talking about realms, the gap between Chu Hang and him is really too big. I'm afraid this battle will be interesting to watch. Chu Hang seems to have never been able to defeat an opponent in the life realm. I wonder what kind of trick he'll use this time. What kind of joke is this? Will he be able to create a new miracle and defeat an opponent in the life realm with a mere first-tier transcendence realm cultivation? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was whispering to each other, highlighting the silence in the arena and the tension between Chu Yang and Bo Honglai. At this moment, the two of them were like being placed under a magnifying glass, being observed and studied by people. Chu Yang from the Sky Sword Academy. Chu Yang waved his sleeves and saluted Bo Honglai with a fist salute. Since he wanted to be a qualified representative of the Eastern Wilderness, he naturally couldn't make a mistake in etiquette. However, his behavior made many people feel uncomfortable and even shocked. This was obviously not the Chu Yang they knew. Therefore, some people thought that Chu Yang would stop playing tricks after his disguise was exposed and return to normal. You don't need to introduce yourself. I'm afraid there's no one who doesn't know you now. Bo Honglia's voice was a little hoarse. Are you deliberately changing your attitude to pressure me? Chu Yang laughed. If that's what you want to think, I don't want to change your mind. Bo Honglia's sinister eyes flickered. He looked at Chu Yang and said, "Your sarcasm is gone." "It's not gone. It's just hidden," Chu Yang said calmly. "I might be setting a trap again. Don't you think so?" Chapter 2026. Zhang Jian was not the only one who saw it. Many people saw it as well. Bo Honglai did not see it, but someone told him and specifically reminded him. He was very surprised when he heard it, because it was too shocking. Until now, Chu Yang had only used a sword when he was dealing with Foam Polong. It was only one sword move. That sword move seemed ordinary, but stunned many people. It made their emotions fluctuate, and they could not calm down for a long time. Practicing the sword, Chu Yang had come to his senses. He could practice the sword when he was doing things. He had done it imperceptibly. After he realized it, he even further comprehended it and hoped to cultivate the sword technique. He had thought about the reason why he could do it. It should be related to his 100 grotto heavens. His grotto heavens had once devoured Xiao Qiuyu's sword technique, the all things sword transformation technique. When the 100 grotto heavens were deducing the all things sword transformation technique, the results were invisible on his body and reflected in his words and actions. Other than this, there was a greater possibility. The full martial soul of his twin destiny martial souls could operate everything on its own, just like how the heavenly Tao operated on its own. His Tao of the sword had accumulated a great deal of experience ever since he had returned from the God realm. Under such a formless influence, his Tao of the sword had become even more obvious. "Yes, I'm practicing the sword," Chu Yang admitted. He was indeed practicing all of this. He had completely integrated his martial arts with his every move. "Not only am I practicing the sword, but I'm also practicing the saber. Or maybe I'm just practicing the sword, just practicing the saber." Practicing the saber. Bo Honglia's pupil shrank again. "Are you reminding me that you're also very good at saber techniques?" Chu Yang smiled. "I'm just practicing." Bo Honglia's eyelids twitched. The words, "I'm just practicing," kept repeating in his mind. He did not completely understand Chu Yang's first sentence, but he completely understood the words, "I'm just practicing." When Chu Yang was talking to him, he was practicing. He was practicing all the time. Such a person was really stressful and made one's scalp tingle. Bo Honglai felt like he was about to suffocate. Suddenly, he said to Zhang Jian, "I'm just practicing my sword or my saber." "What do you mean by that? Can you explain it to me?" Among those present, Bo Honglai felt that only Zhang Jian could explain such a sentence. This was because Zhang Jian was recognized as a sword genius. Naturally, he did not feel ashamed. In front of a person like Chu Yang, no matter what he did, he would not lose face. Modesty would only win people's respect. Shua. All eyes were focused on Zhang Jian. Their eyes were bright as they eagerly waited for his answer. I can feel your hostility and killing intent. Zhang Jian's gaze was as sharp as a sword as he looked at Bo Honglai. He was awe-inspiring without being angry. It was as if his sword could kill at any moment. Do I need you to remind him? Bo Honglai looked at Chu Yang with a malicious gaze. He sneered and said, I don't think you need to remind him. He's already felt it, isn't he? As he said that, he turned to look at Zhang Jian. There are too many people who want him dead. The reason why he's standing here is to tell everyone that no matter if it's an open scheme or a conspiracy, it's useless. No one can kill him, and they'll all be trampled under his feet. Am I right? Are you feeling uneasy? Yes, you're a little confused. Even if you're just a little confused, it won't have much of an impact on this battle of life and death. However, you're very careful. You're doing your best to figure it out, right? Yes. Bo Honglai was so honest that it made people shudder. Their scalps went numb. Chapter 2027. There's no harm in telling you. After Zhang Jian thought for a moment, he said, But are you sure you want to know? Many people did not understand what he meant, but they noticed that Bo Honglai was struggling. The black mole on his right cheek was trembling. I'm sure I want to know. A look of struggle flashed across Bo Honglia's eyes as he said with certainty. To him, a sword is a saber, and a saber is a sword. Everything in the world can be a sword, and everything can be a saber. In the end, Zhang Jian said with extreme admiration, his sword is cut off the shackles. To give a simple example, sabers and swords. In his eyes, you've solidified and distinguished sabers and swords. Chu Yang looked at Zhang Jian in surprise. He was a little shocked. He had once told Xiao Qiuyu about this point of view, but Zhang Jian repeated it completely. Zhang Jian's swordsmanship was truly shocking. It seems that I'm right. Zhang Jian faced Chu Yang's gaze, and countless sword lights burst out from his eyes. When will we fight? Zhang Jian directly requested to fight. Everyone could feel his excitement and urgency, and they were surprised and shocked. Chu Yang hated warmongers like Zhang Jian, who was a fanatic for swordsmanship, but he had no choice but to maintain his image. He could only say, Haven't we already fought? Zhang Jian shook violently. With a rumble, a sword soared into the sky and formed a divine sword. It burst out with an extremely dazzling sword light, making it impossible for people to open their eyes. At this moment, they lost all their senses as if their 5 senses and 6 senses had been cut off. Fortunately, it did not take long. People returned to normal, and Zhang Jian also returned to normal. We have indeed fought, and I lost. Too many people did not understand this sentence that came out of nowhere. However, Zhang Jian did not explain, and he would not explain either. As expected, I shouldn't have known the answer, and I shouldn't have asked. Bo Honglia's voice pulled everyone's attention back to the arena. His regret was obvious, and many people understood what he meant. If he hadn't asked Bo Honglai, he wouldn't have known how amazing Chu Yang was, and his confidence wouldn't have been shaken. At this moment, he was already in the arena. No matter how outstanding Chu Yang was, it was no longer important. What was important was that he had absolute confidence and the belief that he could win every battle. However, he had made an extremely wrong choice. Fortunately, I still have room to make mistakes. Bo Honglai did not bother to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. His tone was as cold as ice. He looked at Chu Yang and said, You look like you're only in the first tier of the Transcendence realm, but you're actually in the 3rd tier of the Transcendence realm. The limit of your combat power is the Dead Spirit realm. Am I right? Chu Yang's heart trembled. In the end, someone had seen through him. If one often walks by the river, how can one's shoes not get wet? Although he tried his best to hide it, there were too many smart people in the world. When he appeared in front of people a high frequency, it was enough for them to observe him and make the right judgment. Fortunately, he had obtained the Dragon Saint's origin, and his cultivation had increased again. His current cultivation level could be said to be in the 6th tier of the Transcendence realm. However, such an increase should not be enough for him to deal with a life realm martial artist. You seem to be a little shaken. Bo Honglai smiled. His smile was brilliant. He felt as if all the pressure in his heart had been completely released at that moment. He felt extremely relaxed, even a little playful. Congratulations, you got part of it right. Chuyang was still calm. But is this enough to make you feel at ease? Chapter 2028. I'll be one of your mourners. Do you agree? Bo Hong Lai was being too provocative. Given Chu Yang's character, he could not tolerate it. In an instant, countless gazes fell on Chu Yang. This time, Chu Yang's opponent was in the life realm after all. The gap between him and Bo Hong Lai was too big. Chu Yang was strong, but there was still a limit. What was more fatal was that Bo Hong Lai's goal was not to kill Chu Yang, but to force Chu Yang to use his trump card. Among the gazes that people cast over, there were affirmation, guesses, surprise, coldness, and curiosity. Naturally, there was no lack of indifference. Chu Yang's expression was very calm. His gaze fell on Bo Hong Lai, who was sneering, and he thought to himself, this is the real obstacle, and also the method of the enemy in the dark. All of a sudden, his heart skipped a beat when a gaze fell on him. He did not turn his head, but he had already noticed everything. It was a pair of dead gray eyes that were staring at him. The pair of dead gray eyes were still alive, but they were even more terrifying than Zhang Jian's dead eyes. There was no trace of emotion in them. They were cold as a corpse's eyes. They were like the eyes of a dead person, and they were more like a walking corpse. It made one's hair stand on end. When the person's dead gray eyes looked at Chu Yang, it was as if he had died with a grievance. Before he died, he looked at his opponent with resentment, as if he was cursing. Jing Wuming. Chu Yang had heard this name when he was in the Seven Wheels Devil Realm. He heard the name again when he was in the top 32, but it was only at this moment that he realized how terrifying the person was. He noticed Gongsun Long, Long Xiaojun, and the others, but he had not noticed Jing Wuming. At this moment, he was certain that Jing Wuming might be the most troublesome person in the 6 academies joint competition. He was also the biggest obstacle. He could not even detect Jing Wuming's cultivation base. Let's deal with Bo Hong Lai first. Chu Yang calmed the shock in his heart and focused his attention on the present. It would be troublesome to deal with Bo Hong Lai. Are you scared? He asked Bo Hong Lai. Are you trying to pressure me? Yes, I am. Bo Hong Lai burst out laughing and said, I've already admitted it before. Why do you have to emphasize it again? This is an open conspiracy. What can you do even if I tell you? It's just that you have a great advantage, yet you're still nervous, aren't you? That's right, I'm extremely nervous. I even feel like I'm going to die in the next moment. You think your honesty will make me feel more pressured? Chu Yang said calmly. Do you think you've achieved your goal? Could it be that I have not achieved my goal? Bo Hong Lai retorted. You are at least having a headache over how to kill me and how to hide your strength, aren't you? He paused and smiled even more happily. Just thinking about this makes me very happy. This kind of Bo Hong Lai was absolutely annoying. However, Chu Yang had to admit that Bo Hong Lai was telling the truth. He was indeed feeling a little pressured and was thinking about how to win this round. He was only in the top 16. There were still the top 8 and the top 4. He would have to meet 2 more opponents before he could enter the finals. The 2 people he would meet later were likely to be in the life realm or even the half-saint realm. For example, Long Xiaojun. Chu Yang definitely did not want to meet Long Xiaojun, but he would probably meet him. The 6 great academies would definitely let him meet Long Xiaojun. In the Sky Academy, Chu Yang had threatened Long Xiaojun with a thunder calamity and forced Long Xiaojun to compromise. Almost everyone in the Sky Academy knew about this. How could the 6 great academies and his secret enemies not know about it? With the cultivation of a half-saint, he was definitely a holy disciple. However, Long Xiaojun stayed in the inner academy. Such a person was really a headache. Chapter 2029. There's still Jing Wuming to consider. Chu Yang realized that it would be extraordinarily difficult for him to emerge as the champion of the 6 Academies Alliance Tournament and trample everyone from the 6 Academies under his feet. You should be done with what you wanted to say. His expression turned cold as if winter had arrived. The coldness slowly enveloped him. The smile on Bo Honglia's face grew wider and wider. His indifferent voice was filled with murderous intent as he said, "I'm done talking." He spoke very slowly, and his voice slowly spread. Then he tilted his head slightly and smiled. "Let me remind you, if your powers aren't as frightening as you think they are, I'm afraid you'll die at my hands. Don't you ever forget that." Swoosh! Chuyang moved all of a sudden. Boundless dermic powers surged out like a tidal wave. He appeared in front of Bo Honglai in an instant and swept his leg toward Bo Honglia's head. That leg was wrapped in rolling dermic powers. The power was vast and vigorous, as if it was as heavy as a mountain or a star. It also seemed to carry a vast sea of dermic powers. It swept across, and the void seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The power was also very condensed. That leg was like a heavy hammer. It was clean and efficient, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. Bo Honglai raised an arm to block the attack. The huge force blasted into him, forming ripples in the void. Bo Honglia's entire body trembled. The arena was like a mirror. With a crack, countless cracks appeared on it. That leg is really frightening. Even a dead spirit realm cultivator would probably be crushed by it. My hand hurts like hell. After blocking that attack, Bo Honglai raised his head to look at Chuyang. The sneer at the corner of his mouth became even more mocking, and his expression became even colder. He looked like a cat toying with a mouse. He blocked Chuyang's attack in close combat. He was very sure that the gap between his physical body and Chuyang's was not very big. Of course, his level was a big factor, but it was also because of his extremely strong physical body. Aside from Chuyang, Bo Honglai dared to claim that his physique was the best in the 6 academies. No one could compare to him. As for his secret, he would naturally not let anyone know about it. Chuyang, do you think that my physical body is not strong enough and that I will be the one to measure your weight? However, the previous sentence was not enough to express his pride, so he added another sentence. When these words fell into everyone's ears, they couldn't help but be startled. There was a limit to Chuyang's physical strength, and this limit was Bo Honglia's. Bo Honglai had managed to block the power of Chuyang's whip kick with his physical strength. As he spoke, Bo Honglai did not just stand there and do nothing. His hand formed an eagle's claw, and his fingers let out a sharp whistle as he grabbed Chuyang's ankle. "Oomph!" Chuyang coldly snorted. Then he pulled his leg back. His body spun in midair, and then he swept his leg again. His leg shadows were illusionary, and each leg shadow was unusually heavy. Circles of ripples appeared in the void. It seemed as if each leg shadow could kick a mountain to smithereens. Not only were his legs heavy, but they were also extremely fast. Bo Honglai was not afraid at all. He turned sideways, and his 5 fingers changed from grabbing to stabbing. In an instant, his 5 fingers were like 5 divine swords, and it was as if Chuyang was kicking the tip of the swords himself. Bang! 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 As soon as they came into contact, the 5 fingers immediately broke and shattered. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered everywhere. While Bo Honglai was screaming, Chuyang's leg landed heavily on his temple with a bang, causing it to collapse. However, Chuyang's leg was not strong enough. Chapter 2030. Dust rose into the air as a massive force exploded, destroying the entire arena. Bo Honglia's upper body was stained with blood. He stood straight at the center of the explosion, his body as straight as a spear. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were as cold as a snake's. A green aura swirled around him. Broken bones could be seen coming out from the side of his head, and the sound of bones reconnecting could be heard. His sunken temples bulged little by little, and then they returned to their original state. Did it work? Bo Honglia's bone-chilling voice entered everyone's ears. Suddenly, an extreme chill swept over them, chilling them from head to toe. Bo Honglai looked at Chuyang with a cold smile. Everyone's pupils shrank. Looking at Bo Honglai, who was half covered in blood, they couldn't make a sound. That was the strength of the life realm. because they had comprehended the life chi. As long as they didn't die instantly, even if their bodies were crushed, their heads would still be intact. They would be able to recover immediately, which was equivalent to having an immortal body. Chu Yang's pupil shrank. Even though he had used a little more strength to hurt Bo Honglai, it was still useless. Bo Honglai could recover completely in the blink of an eye. This was indeed a tricky situation, and it was because of the difference in their realms. Bang! He didn't make a sound. He stomped his foot on the ground, and a layer of the destroyed arena suddenly caved in. Countless cracks appeared on the ground. He was like a flying sword, shooting over like lightning. With a boom, he punched out. The void shook violently, as if a mountain had fallen down. His momentum was terrifying, and it was frightening to the soul. After Chu Yang's body became a god, his every move was astonishingly powerful. Now that he was unleashing it, it was truly shocking. It was as if a prehistoric giant beast was stirring up the world and turning it upside down. That's exactly what I wanted. I can use this opportunity to test the strength of your body. Bo Honglai was extremely calm. With a rumble, billowing devil chi surged out from his body, like a beacon of fire rising into the sky. It was also like a volcano erupting, spewing thick smoke. Within his body, it was as if a volcano was erupting. Tremendous power and surging life energy swept out, forming visible waves that rushed in all directions. With a bang, he took a step forward. His arm was like a spear. With a violent tremble, he also threw a punch. On his fist, rolling demon chi formed a poisonous dragon drill, which went ahead of his fist to meet the attack. Rumble! Chu Yang's fist directly broke through the poisonous dragon drill. The devil chi burst apart and shot in all directions with a sizzling sound. With a muffled bang, the two fists collided. Bo Honglai's fist directly exploded like an egg. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered like egg yolks. Ka-cha-cha! The bones in Bo Honglai's right arm were completely shattered. In the end, his entire arm exploded. Even his shoulder was torn apart. Dong dong dong. He retreated. With every step he took, it was as if a heavenly pillar was descending from the heavens, causing the ground to rumble like a drum. But even so, he retreated to the edge of the arena before he could stop himself. Once he was sent flying out of the arena, it meant that he had lost. Bo Honglai had paid the price of serious injuries to withstand all of this. Barf! He couldn't help but spit out mouthfuls of blood, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. He didn't know how many bones in his entire body were broken. His spine was even broken into 7 or 8 pieces. Needless to say, his internal organs were severely injured. The intense pain caused his entire body to break out in cold sweat. What kind of divine power was this? Chapter 2031. Bo Honglai was deeply shocked. Before he fought with Chu Yang, he had been right to keep a low profile. He had been absolutely right. Boom! In just an instant, the chi of life surged. His broken bones were reconnected, his internal organs were restored, and his broken arm grew back. In the blink of an eye, he was back to his original state. Even his face was ruddy, and he did not look weak at all. Haha, is it useful? Bo Honglai could not help but laugh again. He was very happy. Chu Yang's physical body was strong enough, but could it kill him? Chu Yang's eyes were cold. The words, "Is it useful?" were the biggest provocation, and it was quite grating to him. What? You're angry? Bo Honglai walked back step by step and sneered. So what if your physical body can crush mine? Do you think I only rely on my physical body when I fight with others? Do you think I don't know anything else? Boom! A monstrous chi of life surged out in a vast and mighty manner. That kind of chi of life emitted a powerful pressure, which made many people's expressions change in horror. Was this the chi of life? Was the difference between Fa Li and chi of life actually so big? Everyone knew that if Dharma power was wood, then death chi would be iron, and chi of life would be steel. Besides, chi of life was full of endless vitality, but that was only for the warrior himself. To other opponents, Chi of life was an extremely domineering and terrifying power. There was absolutely no vitality in it, only death. Chu Yang's face was very serious. The quality of his Dharma power was at most comparable to death Chi, but it could not compete with Chi of life. Roar! In a shocking dragon roar, the majestic Chi of life condensed behind Bo Honglai, quickly forming a huge black demonic dragon. The demonic Chi around it was very violent. It coiled, and a great pressure instantly spread between heaven and earth. It was as if a real demonic dragon had descended. When the Chi of life was cultivated to the extreme, it could even create a real dragon. Bo Honglai had not reached such an amazing level, but the demonic dragon formed by the Chi of life was amazing enough. Another dragon? Chu Yang looked at the devil dragon and immediately thought of Yu Hualong. Then he thought of the world that Dragon Sage had created and the essence of Dragon Sage. Heart-thumping, he sent out a massive wave of seawater to attack the devil dragon. When the ocean and the demonic dragon met, it was as if the dragon was wreaking havoc in the ocean. This attack did not seem to have any destructive power at all. Then, the ocean water suddenly turned into a blue sword that pierced into the dragon's belly. After that, the entire ocean disappeared. All of the seawater and all of the power gathered at one point on the sword, which directly pierced through the demonic dragon and cut it in half. However, the demonic dragon did not collapse right away. The life energy within it gathered again to form another demonic dragon. Not only could the Chi of life make a cultivator immortal, it was equivalent to having an immortal body. This was also applicable to spells. Even if the spell technique was destroyed, it would instantly recover. Those in the life realm had comprehended the mystery of life and were extremely powerful. Below the life realm, no matter how strong one was, there was no way they could overturn or defeat those in the life realm. That was a good thing. Even if one had a lot of wealth, they couldn't even buy medicine to cure regret, let alone buy back their life. At that moment, Chu Yang was facing such a helpless situation. Is it going to work? Bo Honglai sneered again. He was not in a hurry, because his most important task was to force Chu Yang to show his strength bit by bit and reveal all of Chu Yang's trump cards bit by bit. Chapter 2032. Would it work? It was another round of mockery and provocation. However, this undoubtedly reflected Chu Yang's powerlessness, which made many people feel complicated. Shang Wanlan, Lil Guai, and the others were naturally worried about Chu Yang. After all, he was a little too tricky. His opponent was not even as strong as someone who could not be killed. He was already in an invincible position. If Chu Yang did not have any other tricks up his sleeve, there would only be two outcomes. If Chu Yang admitted defeat, he could save his life. If he continued to be stubborn, he would definitely be killed by Bo Honglai. However, everyone realized that Chu Yang absolutely did not agree with this. Chu Yang was even more different from before. During the battle with Bo Honglai, he almost did not speak. Sometimes his face was cold, sometimes his face was solemn, and sometimes his brows were furrowed and then relaxed. His expression became very relaxed, without a trace of panic or dejection, not to mention despair. How could he be so calm and collected? After that, many people realized that until now, Chu Yang still had not used his best swordsmanship. They were shocked that Chu Yang was still holding back. Of course, Bo Honglai knew this because he had an extremely important goal: to determine the extent of Chu Yang's swordsmanship. It's time to put some pressure on him. Otherwise, he won't be able to use his swordsmanship at all. Bo Honglai's eyes turned cold. With a thought, the demonic dragon roared and swung its tail in the air. With endless demonic power, it pounced toward Chu Yang. The dragon's claws were like heavenly hooks. They emitted a humming sound with endless sharpness that poured into people's ears, making them tremble involuntarily. Rumble. Magic power surged, forming billowing seawater. Chu Yang still used the same technique that Yu Hualong used before. He transformed into a vast ocean and went up to meet the attack. The scene of the demonic dragon stirring up the sea appeared again. The seawater condensed again and concentrated on one point, forming a vine that pierced into the demonic dragon. In the blink of an eye, the vine exploded again, as if it had turned into seeds. The seeds used the demon dragon's body as the soil. They absorbed the energy from the demon dragon's body, sprouted, and grew. In an instant, towering ancient trees burst forth, almost tearing the demon dragon apart. Such a change made everyone feel a sense of amazement. Waves of cries of surprise rang out, because they realized that quite a bit of their life energy had been consumed. Such a method was truly ingenious. Is it useful? Bo Hong Lai was also shocked, but he immediately calmed down. Roar! A loud and clear dragon roar instantly resounded through the world, deafening even the deaf. Under his will, the demonic dragon condensed once again, and with a violent stir, the towering ancient trees were all snapped in half, and some were even uprooted. Chu Yang's eyes shone brightly as he looked at it, but he didn't seem like he was going to do anything. He simply watched as the leaves, branches, and trunks quickly withered. Then, with a loud bang, a raging fire erupted. Everything turned into flames that burned the demon dragon. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. The demon dragon in midair was like a real dragon that was being burned by the flames. It writhed in midair, but it was useless. The flames burned with crackling sounds, and the sizzling sound of oil burst out. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air, but it soon turned into the smell of burnt meat. It didn't take long. The wriggling demon dragon was completely burned in a short time, leaving nothing behind. The flames also completely disappeared, but it had completely burned away Bo Honglie's life energy, stunning everyone once again. Chapter 2033. The vines spread out again, turning into the power of wood to fight against the aura of life. They even absorbed the aura of life to grow into a towering tree. In the end, there was another shocking change. The power of wood suddenly turned into the power of fire, burning away the demonic dragon and the aura of life. The continuous changes in his powers forcefully neutralized the aura of life. Every change showed Chu Yang's deep understanding of the way of water, way of wood, and way of fire. The three changes followed the way of the heavens and the way of the five elements. Water gave birth to wood, and wood gave birth to fire. It was a seamless combination. Every change was not only logical, but also natural. It was like a housewife using crude ingredients to create an unparalleled delicacy. It could be said that he had done it to the extreme. Everyone could only sigh in admiration. They were deeply shocked by Chu Yang's understanding of the ways of water, wood, and fire. Chu Yang could not help but smile. I've reached the 6th tier of the Transcendence realm. I could still do it. This should be called the 3 extremes heaven of the 5 elements. According to the general principles of the lightning laws, the power of lightning could be transformed into the power of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements could then evolve into bells, towers, buildings, or even the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. He could have done this long ago. The only difference was that he had applied his understanding of the lightning laws to the way of water. In addition, he had devoured the world of the dragon saint and increased his cultivation level. His powers had increased once more. These changes could finally neutralize the aura of life. His powers were wood, the aura of death was iron, and the aura of life was steel. When the power of water turned into the power of wood, it was like turning into iron. When the power of wood turned into the power of fire, it was like turning into steel. Only then could it be on par with the aura of life. Chu Yang was extremely clear about this. Is it useful? Bo Honglie's mocking and provocation rang out again. He seemed to want to keep saying this for 1,000 years. His face twisted as he sneered. I admit that you're very shocking, but what's the point of using so much effort to just barely neutralize my aura of life? Do you think I'll give you another chance? For example, this time, pst, pst. Bo Hong Lai made a grabbing motion with his hand. Life energy surged out and quickly formed shadows. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they rushed toward Chu Yang. Before they arrived, from within the shadow, numerous thin shadows separated. Some were like swords, some were like spears, and some were like vines. Like 10,000 arrows shot out at the same time. They pierced toward Chu Yang's vital points from all directions. Every shadow was exceptionally sharp, as if they were swallowing and spitting out sword chi, but they were incomparably cold. This was the power of darkness, and it contained a great invasive power. Once one was pierced by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, countless shadows covered the heavens and the earth, enveloping that space with an extremely shocking momentum. Shua. This time, Chu Yang seemed to know how powerful it was, but his movements were still calm. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After that, he didn't try to defend himself. Instead, he used the 5 elements chaotic steps and jumped out of the encirclement as if he had jumped out of the 5 elements. In an instant, he seemed to have rushed out of the sky and into another world. It was incredible. He ran around the battlefield with extreme elegance and agility. However, he did not display the characteristics of his mana. There was only a human figure that was dodging. The attacks of his shadow thorns were very fierce. It was like an army of 100,000 besieging an overlord. The overlord was already surrounded on all sides. Chapter 2034. Aren't you going to use your swordsmanship? Chu Yang's footwork was so exquisite that Bo Honglai even found that Chu Yang's footwork had changed under pressure. It became more mysterious, as if he had comprehended something. Bo Honglai did not dare to delay any longer. Only when he forced Chu Yang into a desperate situation could Chu Yang use his swordsmanship and his hidden trump cards. Dragon Binding Shadow. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The shadows became darker, and the billowing devil chi appeared. The devil chi lingered around them and gathered to form a devil shadow that was almost 10,000 feet long. It covered the sky and devoured the surrounding light. The world suddenly darkened. Swish! The devil shadow pounced on Chu Yang like a fisherman with a harpoon or a hunter with a bow and arrow. It also opened its arms like a devil god, wanting to give Chu Yang a deathly hug. This time, Chu Yang had nowhere to run. He seemed to be really desperate. He stopped and stood there motionless with his hands behind his back. However, when the devil shadow pounced on him, a light shield appeared around him to protect him. Bang! 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 The demonic shadow didn't manage to break through the light barrier, so it immediately split into countless parts and pierced through the light barrier. A series of muffled sounds rang out incessantly. However, no matter how fierce the attacks were, they could not do anything to the thin light shield at all. Light! Chu Yang spat out a word. Immediately, countless rays of light burst out from his body. He seemed to have turned into a sun. The devil shadow was like the night, and when the day came, it immediately retreated. All of them disappeared silently. How could Bo Honglia's comprehension of light and darkness be comparable to Chu Yang's? At this time, he had not used his light and darkness skills, such as the straight fist of light and the depraved fist. However, this was not the reason why he could resist the devil shadow. After all, the devil shadow was condensed by the chi of life and had the essence of darkness. Bo Honglai was finally horrified. His playful expression disappeared completely. His face was full of horror and disbelief. He really didn't know how Chu Yang had done it. Slash! Chu Yang didn't pay any attention to Bo Honglai. Bo Honglai was no longer of any value to him. Chu Yang had already sensed the power of the life realm through him, as well as the power of the life realm. Whoosh! The world suddenly turned dark, and then a beam of light burst out. It was like the first beam of light in the world. This beam of light was extremely dazzling. It flew towards Bo Honglai and pierced through his throat with a chi sound. Light, this was the speed of light. How could Bo Honglai possibly resist? A bloody hole appeared in Bo Honglia's throat, and blood gushed out. Perhaps it was because of the air entering his throat, but a strange sound came from his throat. The spurting of blood quickly weakened. He opened his eyes wide and said with great difficulty, "You? How did you kill me?" Until now, he still didn't know what Chu Yang had done or how he had been killed. A formation. Chu Yang didn't try to hide it. He didn't like someone who was about to die. In fact, he hated it. However, he couldn't bear to refuse a dying man's request. A formation. Bo Honglia's eyes, which were already wide open, suddenly widened again. He shuddered. "You're already a level 9 formation master." "That's right." Chu Yang nodded. "You're just an illusion of the Chu clan after all." "I really didn't deserve to die." With a bang, Bo Hongli fell to the ground and died before he could finish his sentence. He was no longer breathing. Chu Yang's powers couldn't kill Bo Hongli, but the formation he had set up had the same amount of power. It was able to destroy the chi of life and kill Bo Hongli. A level 9 formation master naturally had the ability to kill a life realm being. Chapter 2035. Bo Hongli was dead, and Chu Yang walked out of the arena. The battle had come to an end. No one had expected such an outcome. Although many people had guessed that Bo Hongli would die, they had never expected that he would die in such a way. They could imagine that Bo Hongli had died under Chu Yang's sword, but they had never thought that Bo Hongli would die under Chu Yang's formation. The Chu clan's illusion was perhaps the best explanation. When everyone thought that Chu Yang was best at swordsmanship, they suddenly realized that Chu Yang was actually best at formations. According to the level, a 9th level formation master was comparable to a life realm expert. However, in reality, a 9th level formation master was more precious and powerful. Of course, a saint level formation master was also more powerful than an ordinary saint. Although a formation master had to set up a formation in order to display its power, in a later stage, when a formation master became stronger, it would be much easier to set up a formation. This was just like Chu Yang. If he had not said it just now, who would have known that he had set up a formation? It was only when he explained the reason that everyone understood. When he was hiding just now, he had already set up a formation. The formation was set up in an extremely hidden manner. Chu Yang used both Honglia's demonic shadow and the power of darkness to set up the formation silently, making it even harder for people to notice. The Chu clan's illusion. It's really the Chu clan's illusion. Who can be sure that Chu Hang is best at formations? This was really hard to say. Chu Yang had hidden too deeply, and his knowledge was too diverse. It was really too difficult to judge. At this moment, whether it was Feng Polong, Zhang Jian, Chun Burang, Long Xiaojun, or Chu Yang's enemy, Gongsun Long, they could not calm down for a long time. Chu Yang was now a 9th level formation master. Perhaps he was already on his way to becoming a saint-level formation master. They suspected that Chu Yang was already half a step into the saint realm in terms of formations. He was already comparable to a half-saint. From this, they could understand why he dared to be so arrogant before and even dared to provoke the leaders of the 6 great academies. The dean of the 6 great academies fell silent. In the closed stands, the inspector of East Continent and the leaders of the 6 academies were silent. Even they had underestimated Chu Yang. Whoever dared to call him a wild dog deserved to die. Unlike them, the ordinary students were discussing animatedly, expressing their shock in various ways. A 9th grade array master. Oh my heavens! Chu Hang did it without making a sound. When he revealed himself, he almost scared me to death. Why do I feel that if I don't curse, I won't be able to express my shock? It's hard to calm down. I want to curse too. Does he have a bottom line? His swordsmanship was so shocking, his physical body was so shocking, and his magic power was so shocking. He had all sorts of heaven-defying and shocking skills, and even his formations were so shocking. Even if you say that Chu Hang is a Saint Great Array Master now, I wouldn't be surprised. What a terrifying illusion of the Chu clan. Who can see through Chu Hang? If he's seen through, how can he continue to dig holes? This is exciting. He's a 9th grade Array Master. I'm afraid the others will tremble in fear. Even if their levels are much higher than Chu Hang's, Chu Hang still has his traps. Moreover, each trap is bigger and deeper than the last. Who knows who will fall into them? Chu Yang's reputation of tricking others was confirmed. In the future, no one would believe him if he said that he didn't trick others. In addition, he reckoned that in the future, a casual sentence from him would make people think for a long time. Otherwise, if they didn't waste their brain cells and fell into the trap, what should they do? Chapter 2036. The grand competition of the top 16 continued. Chu Yang was in the fourth match, and there were only 7 matches in the top 16. Su Yiling had withdrawn, and Gong Sun Long was lucky enough to have a bye. Generally speaking, the last 2 matches didn't have much of an impact, and they barely attracted anyone's attention. It was probably because the battle between Chu Yang and Bo Honglai was so shocking that some people had no impression of the last 2 matches at all. After the top 16, it was the top 8. The top 8 had already been decided. Except for Chu Yang, the remaining 7 were Chun Bureng, Li Chou, Long Xiaojun, Jing Wuming, and Gong Sun Long. There were 2 other people that Chu Yang did not know. One was Wang Fong, and the other was Jiang Dingran. The top 8 would draw lots for each group. After that, they would draw lots again, and so on. This kind of drawing lots was actually more exciting because no one knew who would be in the next group. During the short pause, the battlefield was reorganized and the arena was rebuilt. The competition of the top 8 immediately began. From the top 16 to the top 8, there was no time for communication or preparation. The competition was extremely intense. Of course, this was not the case for the top 16 and the top 8. It was the same for the previous matches. The whole process of the competition was to be completed in one breath. During this period, there was no time to prepare, no time to wait, and no time to change or prepare. Naturally, there was less suspense, but it was still intense and tragic. The horn was blown, and the drums sounded. The referee was in the center of the arena. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he began to draw lots. When the referee's hand reached into the drawing lot, everyone's eyes were fixed on it. The first name was announced, and the judge showed the name to the crowd. When Chu Yang saw this name, his eyelids could not help but twitch. This name was Jing Wuming. Compared to him, people were very disappointed when they saw this name. Although Jing Wuming was quite famous, he was far inferior to Chu Yang and Gong Sun Long. It could be said that lifeless Jing didn't have much of a presence, so even when his name appeared, no one seemed to be able to find him. The first match of the top 8, Jing Wuming, please come to the arena. The referee's voice resounded in the arena. Jing Wuming did not appear, and Chu Yang could not even find Jing Wuming. Then, the referee drew lots again. This time, when he showed the name to the audience, there was an uproar immediately. It's Chu Hang! It's Chu Hang! The first match is Chu Hang. That's great. I'm afraid that this match will be extremely amazing. Go my ass. After watching Pit Chu's, I can't watch the rest of it. That's right. After scamming Chu, I'm afraid the rest of the matches will be lacking in interest. When Chu Yang saw his name, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. My luck is really out of this world. I didn't want to meet Jing Wuming, but I met Jing Wuming. The first match of the top 8, Chu Yang, please come to the arena. When the referee called out Chu Yang's name, all eyes fell on him again. He had no choice but to go to the arena. It's the top 8 now. If I defeat Jing Wuming, I'll be in the top 4. Chu Yang stood in the arena, thinking about his own matters. He thought to himself, I'm not far away from entering the finals, from winning the championship, and from standing at the top of the 6 academies. It won't be long. This made him excited. He thought to himself, Jing Wuming feels very dangerous, but it doesn't mean that I can't defeat him. Jing Wuming, please come to the arena. Chu Yang had already gone to the arena, but Jing Wuming had not yet appeared. The referee shouted again. However, there was still no reply. Instead, there was an extremely gloomy and cold feeling. It could even be said that it was eerie. At this moment, it spread out like a wave, causing the noise in the entire place to recede like the tide. Gradually, it became quiet. Soon, there was not even the slightest sound. Chapter 2037. Boom! The people there immediately dispersed. They were extremely shocked. Most of the people present were also surprised. It seemed that no one knew how this ghostly figure appeared. However, everyone knew that he was there. It was just that no one noticed him, much less knew that he was there. It was as if he was standing there in a different space-time dimension from everyone else. That was naturally Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming's clothes were definitely not luxurious. They were extremely simple, but they were clean. His eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, and he was like a walking corpse walking in the human world. Therefore, it was as if a zombie suddenly appeared in the crowd. How could not be scary? Jing Wuming's face was not outstanding, and his gaze was dim. When his dim gaze slowly swept across the crowd, everyone subconsciously wanted to avoid it, causing the crowd to instantly fall into chaos. This is Jing Wuming like this. Chu Yang's hair was also somewhat numb. He was not afraid of people like Xiao Qiuyu and Zhang Jian, who were cold and unapproachable. However, Jing Wuming made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Qiuyu and Zhang Jian were extremely devoted to the sword. They focused all their energy and passion on the sword and did not allow themselves to waste any of their energy on other things. They were reserved to the extreme, and their attention was also focused to the extreme, causing them to be like that. Jing Wuming was obviously such a person as well. However, he was even more excessive than Xiao Qiuyu and Zhang Jian, so much so that he looked like a walking corpse. It was very scary. In addition, Chu Yang could feel that Jing Wuming did not practice the sword, but the saber. That's a very dangerous saber, an extremely dangerous saber. In an instant, Chu Yang's muscles tensed up, and his heartstrings were also tensed to the extreme. The danger he sensed in his heart had also reached its peak. He looked at Jing Wuming and only saw blood and death. Jing Wuming naturally sensed Chu Yang's presence. He glanced at Chu Yang with a dim gaze, then walked straight towards the ring. He did not walk quickly, and every step he took was not precise. It was as if he was a dead man being controlled by some kind of power as he walked toward the stage. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were very light, but when they fell into the ears of the people, it was as if a knife was placed on their necks. They couldn't help but tremble, and some people were even scared to the point of peeing. Jing Wuming didn't walk very fast, and no one dared to rush him. The time he needed was definitely not too long. Finally, he walked onto the stage and stood in front of Chu Yang. His dim eyes fell on Chu Yang as he sized up Chu Yang. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "You're very nervous." "I'm a little nervous," Chu Yang admitted, and the whole audience was in an uproar. They couldn't believe that the fearless Chu Hang would actually be nervous. This was simply a shocking anecdote. "I know you're very strong, very, very strong." Chu Yang did not care about the crowd's reaction. There are many people who are proficient in the saber, but you should be the only one in the world like you. He paused, straightened out his thoughts, and then said, "I admire you to the extreme. When I think of your unparalleled saber skills, I even feel fear and horror." If it was another person who received such praise from Chu Yang and admitted that he was inferior, he would definitely laugh a few times. However, Jing Wuming did not have any reaction. He suddenly said, "It seems that your big brother should be Chu Fei." Big brother. Chapter 2038. It seems that your big brother is Chu Fei. Jing Wuming's words seemed to convey that he knew his big brother. Chu Yang was extremely surprised. "Oh, this is the person who kidnapped your big brother?" Jing Wuming's dead eyes suddenly emitted a cold light. At this moment, his body was like a walking corpse. Endless murderous intent rushed out from his body like a flash flood and filled the entire place. He was like a god of death descending to the world. At this moment, the entire place seemed to be frightened like a giant. Chuyang was also frightened. Jing Wuming's furious appearance made it seem as if he was his big brother's brother and not him. Big brother is really capable to be able to make friends with such a person. Chuyang no longer had any doubts. Jing Wuming was definitely not an enemy. He was his big brother's brother, a friend of life and death. However, he did not know how his big brother could become friends with Jing Wuming, a friend of life and death, and become brothers. He was really curious and even more admiring. It was definitely not an easy thing to get Jing Wuming's approval. Before this, everyone in the 6th campus knew that his big brother was Chu Fei. However, Jing Wuming did not believe it. He had personally interacted with Chu Yang and confirmed that Chu Yang was Chu Fei's younger brother. From this point, it could be seen that Jing Wuming was definitely an extremely cautious person. He did not believe in rumors. He did not even believe in what he saw. He only believed in what his heart saw. I'll get rid of them. As Chu Yang spoke, he also sent a message to Jing Wuming with his soul. I still don't know who they are. Naturally, no one knew about the secret conversation between him and Jing Wuming. Aren't you Lu San? With Jing Wuming's words, Chu Yang finally understood why Jing Wuming would ask such a question. There were not many people who knew that he was Lu San. I am Lu San, but Lu San might not know. A look of surprise flashed across Jing Wuming's dead eyes. Of course, he had already understood Chu Yang's meaning and guessed what Chu Yang had done. He had to admit that Chu Yang was very resourceful. You are indeed Chu Fei's brother. Jing Wuming's murderous intent completely retracted back into his body. It was as if a murderous demon king had been locked up again. Everyone present let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, they finally understood why Chu Hang was nervous. It was because Jing Wuming was really too scary. However, what they did not understand was why Jing Wuming had placed Chu Yang's elder brother in front of him and used Chu Fei to define Chu Yang. This was because, logically speaking, Chu Fei was far inferior to Chu Yang. It should be Chu Fei who was proud of Chu Yang, not Chu Yang who was proud of his elder brother. However, there was no doubt that in Jing Wuming's heart, Chu Fei was definitely an amazing person and a person worthy of respect. As for why Jing Wuming had such an opinion, Chu Yang was extremely curious. However, he did not ask because Jing Wuming would definitely not say. Jing Wuming was definitely not a talkative person. If he were to tell a story, he would talk too much. I'm dying of curiosity. Chu Yang finally said it out loud. Then let's kill the curiosity. As expected, this was the result. Chu Yang could only smile bitterly. Perhaps only a person like Jing Wuming could say such words so easily. Kill the curiosity. Was the curiosity something that could be killed just because he wanted to? Are you older? Or, is my elder brother older? Chu Yang opened his mouth again. I'm older. Little brother greets elder brother. Chu Yang directly called Jing Wuming elder brother and said, I must win this round. Elder brother, can you go easy on me? What if I can't? Jing Wuming was like a walking corpse. It was impossible to see any emotion on his face. This sentence was also cold, making Chu Yang feel very pressured. Chapter 2039. Phew. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. One of them will die. This was Jing Wuming's answer. Definitely, none of them will die. Chu Yang finally showed his character, even if his opponent was Jing Wuming. Reason? Because I am Chu Yang. That sounds like a pretty good reason. When Jing Wuming said this, everyone was stunned because they could hear a smile in his words. Jing Wuming was smiling. Jing Wuming was like a walking corpse, but his words were actually filled with emotion. It was really amazing. Chu Yang also smiled. This is a pretty good reason. I am the big brother. You have to listen to me. Jing Wuming's sudden words made Chu Yang's face stiffen. This was a very good reason. The young should listen to the older, and this was definitely the truth for Jing Wuming. I am the wild dog. Chu Yang stated his reasons. He wasn't speaking alone. He was speaking on behalf of many people in the eastern wilderness. You're a bit too nosy. Jing Wuming's words were not wrong. Chu Yang did not have much ability, but his words were big. How could he represent the Eastern Wilderness? How could the Eastern Wilderness rise up by only one person? The rise of the Eastern Wilderness required many people with unyielding character in the Eastern Wilderness. Even if Chu Yang succeeded, it would only give the Eastern Wilderness a source of pride in the Eastern continent, a fulcrum. But in the end, whether it was the Eastern Wilderness or the rise of a country, it could not only depend on one person. Because I'm very capable. Chu Yang naturally could not lie. Jing Wuming was right, but he had to do what he had to do. Is that so? Then let me see how capable you are. When he heard this, Chu Yang realized that he had been tricked. Jing Wuming was clearly waiting for him to say this. He laughed awkwardly. Big brother, this isn't good, right? Shua. Jing Wuming used his hand as a knife and swung it through the air. It was straightforward and extremely simple. Nothing seemed to have happened, at least in the eyes of the crowd. However, Chu Yang was completely different. This slash was a spiritual attack that went straight for his mind. At this moment, Chu Yang had already turned into an ox and was performing the act of butchering an ox. Chu Yang's spiritual body was a cow, while Jing Wuming was a butcher. This Jing Wuming was extremely skilled. It could be said that wherever the hand touched, the shoulder leaned, the foot stepped, the knee pressed, the sound of the slash resounded, and the sound of the slash resounded. There was no sound that did not hit the mark. Even if Chu Yang's spiritual body was extremely condensed and was like a divine spark, it was very, very difficult to explode and obliterate it, and it was even more difficult to disintegrate it. However, against Jing Wuming, it was still useless and was quickly disintegrated. Skilled skills. In just an instant, Chu Yang's spiritual body was completely disintegrated. Like an ox, the skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and so on were completely disintegrated. Chu Yang did not know how Jing Wuming did it. He was extremely shocked. This could be said to be miraculous. You are indeed capable. In the spiritual world, Jing Wuming's voice sounded. After he had completely disintegrated Chu Yang's spiritual body, he found the core of Chu Yang's spiritual body. Jing Wuming seemed to be unable to disintegrate the core of Chu Yang's spiritual body. Chu Yang's spiritual body was like a divine spark. Of course, it had inherited the characteristics of the 100 grotto heavens, and its core was the 100 grotto heavens. It seems that you don't need me to return to my original state. Chu Yang indeed did not need it. The 100 grotto heavens were the core of his spiritual body. The disintegrated spiritual body only needed to enter the 100 grotto heavens and be reconstructed. This was like Chu Yang's clone. As long as his original body was not destroyed, the clone would not be destroyed. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.